HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia. A Beasley Media Group station live from the Comcast Business Studios. 97.5, The Fanatic. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Oh, for the second time we get to say it. It's a game day show on Kincade and Salciunas. The Eagles are in action tonight against the Atlanta Falcons. We'll have you covered all day long today, and we get to react to what was a wild, wild day in the NFL yesterday. Oh, and hey, good job, Phillies. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
I think highly of Jalen Hurts. I don't think as high as Jalen Hurts as a lot of people. That's who I think he is, whereas I think you think higher of him.
If you have that impression of him, which is fair, the bottom line is he can't play like that.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Monday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, good morning on a game day morning.
It's a game day.
Unbelievable,
It's
man.
good. It's good. It's good.
We've been lucky. So far, we had a game day Friday last in week one, and now we got a game day Monday. And as you've told me last week just so brilliantly, this is an easy week for us, man.
Yeah, because you get a game day today, a post-game tomorrow morning, and then a game day like preview Friday.
Sort of show, yeah.
This is our last game day broadcast until mid-November with
Thursday night
with the commodes.
Yeah,
and then that's it. That's it.
Oh wow! So we're getting it out of the way early.
So we're getting it out of the way early, and a lot of Sunday games and a lot of Sunday night football. But tonight, Nick Foles night. And the Falcons are in town. The Falcons.
Yeah, so a little extra juice for you today because it's the old town.
Excited.
This town that you spent a couple of days, weeks in. So the Falcons in town tonight. Eagles looking to go up to 2-0. The Falcons looking to avoid 0-2 after they lost to the Steelers in week one. But here's what I want to get into to start the show. Speaking of records of 0-1, 1-0, 2-0, 0-2, John. How judgmental of the Eagles, we'll focus on the Eagles, but based off of what you saw yesterday and through week one of the NFL, how judgmental can we actually be of the Eagles or any team specifically in the NFL? Because, dude, yesterday was such a crazy day where it seemed like anything that we predicted, it didn't happen. Favorites were losing. The top teams that we think about going into the season and after week one looked like horrible football teams. The Cowboys looked like they didn't have a clue yesterday. The 49ers had 75 chances to beat a Vikings team, and they couldn't do it. But we expect those teams to still be good as the season continues. I freaking hate it, John. But, man, maybe people are right about the whole, it's just the first 4 weeks are a continuation of the preseason.
Well, the ignorance of giving up and punting on the preseason shows itself more and more every single day. And at least 2 or 3 of the games as I'm bouncing around yesterday on on the NFL app.
Yeah.
I'm checking games out, and the analysts are talking about it. This is sloppy, crappy football.
It's horrible.
Like it was, Schlereth was like, this is bad football. He goes, maybe teams need to start playing a little in the preseason. It's just they're punting on it. But how critical? The Eagles have to look at everything that happened yesterday and say, opportunity knocks. The Cowboys took a loss in the conference. The 49ers took a loss in the conference.
Absolutely.
The Lions took a loss in the conference. They're your 3 top competitors, correct?
Right. Yes.
So then, to me, it puts all the more importance on taking care of Atlanta tonight, a team you should beat.
Oh, absolutely.
Even without A.J. Brown, which is another one of the big stories I'm sure you'll be talking about.
Yeah, we will. And it's amazing to me, right? Because I get it. The whole league is going through this, right? The whole league is having this first 4 weeks as a continuation of the preseason. So I get that it's not like 1 or 2 teams. I know that the Eagles aren't the only team that didn't really play their starters in the preseason. I know that there's a lot of teams that if they did play their starters in the preseason, it may have been for only a drive or 2. And I don't know how much that actually benefited the teams. Back in the day, I feel like I'm talking about, cavemen stuff.
Come on, Pops.
Preseason week number 1 was a drive or two. Preseason week number 2 was a little bit more. Preseason week number 3 was the dress rehearsal.
You came out after halftime.
It was the dress rehearsal. I don't know if football was better to start the seasons back then.
No, it was.
I'm pretty sure it was.
No, I can tell you 100% it was. The quality of play was absolutely better.
So here's my question. I get quality of play and our own pure enjoyment. But ultimately, if you're one of those teams, if you're the San Francisco 49ers, I know they look themselves in the mirror and they're probably going, all right, so we're 1-1 to start. We'll probably finish with 11 or 12 wins. But that loss yesterday to a Vikings team that they should have beaten, like we're saying the Eagles should beat the Falcons tonight.
Yes. No, they should.
The 49ers should have beaten the Vikings yesterday. The Dallas Cowboys should have beaten the New Orleans Saints yesterday. You put yourself behind the 8 ball in week 2 because you lost to a conference opponent. And that's something I just don't get, but it makes me wonder, should we actually be judgmental of these teams early on? Or, I get it, wins are important. Wins are very important no matter how it plays out, but how judgmental? I can't say I know who the Cowboys are after yesterday's loss. I can't say I know who the Vikings are after yesterday's win over the Niners.
But the Eagles have an opportunity in their home opener versus an Atlanta team that is not as talented as them, that wet the bed in their home opener, to go out there and say, we're going to put a second conference win on the board. Because remember, the Lions, the Cowboys, the 49ers, those were the 3 first-place teams.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they all took a conference loss yesterday. Opportunity knocks.
Right.
Answer the damn door tonight against Atlanta.
But my question is if they eke out a win, right?
No, I don't care. I don't care how they do it. I don't care. I am not doing – I wrote a piece for the Fanatic website today.
Love it.
Previewing the game. It'll come out a little bit later on this morning. And I said, style points be damned tonight. You saw what happened. Just go get a conference win. Another conference win tonight in your home opener against an Atlanta team you need to beat. Stick the style points.
Why are you humming in there, Connor?
Because I'm hearing stuff coming out of your mouth this morning that sounds a little bit like patience.
Oh, no. It's A.J. Brown is out.
No,
I'm saying is A.J. Brown's out. So already you're behind the 8 ball because the most pivotal player on your chessboard to what you do offensively is out. Mm-hmm. So I don't know what's going to happen there. And the Falcons are a wounded dog that got embarrassed in their home opener.
Yes.
Who are going to want to prove something.
Right. I'm not saying so much your point about no style points. I agree with that.
You're saying I asked a question.
And the top thing on our show sheet today is how judgmental of the Eagles should we even be this early in the season.
I'm allowed to ask a question without having a side?
Are you? Pick a side.
Yeah, with the side that you think I'm going on.
Tell me.
No, with the side that you think I'm going on. I'm not being patient with the Eagles offense.
He's not.
Okay.
And so the Eagles offense, because here's the deal.
I would be. And I will tell you then, as you just set up your premise, you're wrong then.
Okay, and that's fine. I'm allowed to be wrong.
You're wrong on A.J. Brown being out changes everything as far as this offense.
Okay, it changes a lot of things for the offense. It still doesn't change the fact that I have Jalen Hurts, who's supposed to be a top 10 quarterback. I still have a running back. We talked about this numerous times when they built this team. If one player goes down, you still have so many different options to choose from. And oh, by the way, they have an offensive coordinator that will actually utilize the tight end and actually utilize the running back in the passing game, which is something we didn't see last year. If this was last season and A.J. Brown went down, which, we actually saw that happen, detrimental to the team.
No question.
Because they had no other, they had the same 4 plays that they ran over and over and over again, and we know how vital A.J. Brown was to that. That's why he broke Calvin Johnson's record last season of 125-plus yards in consecutive weeks. I think it was, 8 weeks long or 7 weeks long that he went? Without A.J. Brown tonight, they're going to take a little bit of a hit offensively, but I still expect them to put up some decent numbers.
You said a little bit of a hit. You really believe it'll just be a little bit?
They should still score over 20 points.
Well, 20 points is fine. I don't know if you can keep the Falcons below 20. I'm being honest. I think the Falcons offense, I watched Kirk Cousins when he faces Eagles defenses. Not a Vic Fangio, but Eagles defenses that have been much more talented than this one.
Mm-hmm.
And he always passes all over them.
Yeah, but
so he puts up the yards and puts up points.
I don't think you're seeing Kirk Cousins tonight. I don't think you're seeing that guy. I don't know if he exists anymore. He can't move, dude. Last week against Pittsburgh,
he did not move well.
Hobbled. Yeah. And you know what it kind of is like with this Eagles offense that they've built, adding Saquon, having Kellen Moore? It's like if the Phillies were missing, like when Trey Turner went down. It's like, should the rest of the team be able to carry this? You're talented enough to. I think the Eagles' offense is just so talented that in a vacuum, yes, missing A.J. Brown is huge. But when I look at it, I'm like, well, that's not an excuse. You're this much more talented than most other teams in football. Go win anyway.
Oh, no, I expect a win, but I'm just saying that's why I said style points be damned. Just get out with a win tonight because I think Kellen Moore has not been able to play with all his toys. It's Christmas morning, and Dad still hasn't built, the biggest toy on the table.
Right.
The biggest toy on the table has not been built.
Yeah, it's got to be built, man. You got to show that off.
So he's playing with everything else.
But here's the thing. Like, I'm not saying style points like Hurts needs to throw for 400. I need to see Hurts not throw 2 picks. I need to see Jalen Hurts have clean drives, even without A.J. Brown. I need him to be able to throw down the field. I need to be able to say here Tuesday morning, at least from the offense's point of view, because you know how I'm about the defense. I am patient with the defense because I don't think we should be over the top of this defense just yet. I want to be able to come here Tuesday morning and say, man, those numbers may not show, but Jalen Hurts was dominant.
But it's clean.
He picked that defense apart.
But does a clean game say style points to you?
It doesn't to me. At this point in the NFL, it does.
To me, a clean game is vanilla.
Okay.
Style points is a sexy win. Is Jalen Hurts throwing for 300 yards? Is the Saquon Barkley having over 100 yards?
My standards are low.
Receiving. I don't consider a clean game
Give me a 5.
to be a style point. I'm saying it's not sexy.
Give me a 6.
It's not sexy.
I'll be fine.
You've got like 2 a.m. at a bar standards with the Eagles this year and with Jalen Hurts, and we got to get you to raise those because the conversation has just been too low of a bar.
6.
They could win the Super Bowl this year, and you're okay with a game manager quarterback that just needs to not hurt him. And
because of how talented this team is, I don't think he needs to do too much.
Thinking he needs to and asking him to do what he's capable of are different things.
Right. So here's our next topic today. So our first question at 610-632-0975. You can text and you can call in. How judgmental of the Eagles should we even be this early on the season? Because let's face it, it was a wild day in the NFL, and I don't know if wild means ugly or pretty, right? Like it was all over the place. There were pretty plays, but then there was ugly play from some of the better teams in the NFL, which always tells you that the window is open in the NFC and that we weren't crazy for saying that kind of stuff. And the Eagles can take advantage of that with a win tonight and be 2-0 and on top of the conference. But depending on how it's played out, how judgmental should we be of the Eagles this early on the season? That's question 1 for you to answer at 610-632-0975. The second question, and this can go in so many different angles because we could get so many different answers from it, John and Connor, and I want you both to give an answer as well. Who is this a statement game for? And honestly, it's a statement game for Jalen Hurts for me. Because he doesn't have his best weapon.
So you're speaking of statement game individuals? Or, because, to me, this is a much bigger statement game for the like, if you're talking franchise, it's bigger for the Eagles than it is for the Falcons.
Yes, absolutely. But the
Falcons are big underdogs.
I'm looking individually. Like, I don't want to come in here Tuesday morning and say, man, Jalen Hurts needs A.J. Brown. And because A.J. Brown was out, that's why Jalen Hurts threw 2 picks and, only had a completion percentage of 50 and the running game was sputtering because they just loaded up the box because they knew Jalen couldn't throw the ball downfield. Like I don't want to have that conversation tomorrow. I don't expect it to, but I think Jalen Hurts needs to make a statement game. We have seen other quarterbacks in the past lose their best weapon and they still find ways to win. Jalen Hurts has a weapon that a lot of quarterbacks don't have, his legs. Right? Tonight might be a Jalen Hurts game, and I think he needs to make a statement because coming off of week 1, that open that we play, you were like, he can't play like that, right?
No, he can't.
So just because A.J. Brown's out tonight, he can't play like that again.
The thing is, though, is A.J. Brown is Jalen Hurts' binky.
Yeah.
That's it.
Let's not act like Devontae Smith stinks.
No, I didn't say that.
I know you did.
But he is his binky.
Right.
Jalen Hurts focuses on A.J. Brown way too much. You had people in the organization saying it in interviews after the season when they were talking about the struggles of Jalen Hurts, that he focuses on A.J. too much. He forces it to A.J. too much. You never hear him forcing it to Devontae too much.
No.
Doing those things. So tonight, this might be difficult for him because he overplays A.J. Brown.
He does.
And guess what? It's a great weapon to overplay.
Oh, absolutely.
And he's going to probably say, man, he's one of the most talented receivers in the game. Of course I'm going to focus on him. Tonight you have to see that diversity. A lot of that falls on the offensive coordinator, to come up with a creative plan. I expect tonight you will see Saquon Barkley, the receiver, making an impact.
All right, and the man that gets him the ball is the quarterback. And that's why
happen.
I think Jalen Hurts, I think this is a statement game for him where he needs to go out there, prove a lot of doubters wrong. He needs to show, hey, he can win no matter what the situation is in front of him, losing A.J. Brown because he still has a bunch of weapons. Like, I don't want you know how I feel about built-in excuses.
Yes, there are none.
Now, this one I get. A.J. Brown
there's no excuse, though, to lose.
No.
Okay, good.
No, I get his play might not be the same, but he needs to make the most of what he has, which is still more than what a lot of teams have. If this team came into this year with Devontae Smith as the number one wide receiver and A.J. Brown's not here, and you still have Jahan Dotson as your number two, you probably have a better number three than what you're going to throw out there tonight, right?
Who is your number three?
It's going to be a combination of players. But I think Jalen Hurts, we would still say that this offense is good.
Yes, you would still say this offense is good.
So win the football game against an inferior team.
A.J. Brown makes the offense great.
Yes.
And that is what, look, and again, the reason I say style points is because I would much rather see Jalen Hurts play a clean game than turn it over twice but put up huge offensive numbers. I would rather him see a clean, efficient game that they just get out of there with a win, and Jalen shows he can execute the offense without making mistakes.
And that's fair. All right, who do you believe tonight is a statement game for an individual of the Philadelphia Eagles? And people can chime in with their answers as well at 610-632-0975.
I think it's Devontae Smith.
Okay.
On the offensive side of the ball. We're staying over there.
I wrote down a couple of names that we'll get into
because if it's the offensive side of the ball, I'm saying Devontae Smith. The defensive side of the ball, I better hear Jalen Carter's name over and over tonight.
Yeah.
I better, even though I'll be in the press box and I won't be hearing it. I better be hearing
you if they're saying
better be hearing that Troy Aikman is gushing over what Jalen Carter is doing to bust up the middle of that Falcons offensive line, which, by the way, collapsed like one of those origami animals.
Yeah, they struggled last week.
They were terrible. And Jalen Carter needs to make an impact today. And I mean impact game.
Yeah.
I don't want quiet. I want constant disruption from him.
You want to basically hear Chris Collinsworth in the back of your head, too. Now, here's a guy, right?
Yes,
you want the Chris Collinsworth.
Oh, yeah.
Connor, who is tonight a statement game for on the Philadelphia Eagles, an individual either offensively or defensively?
This might sound crazy, but I'm going with the rook. Quinyon Mitchell.
Interesting.
Statement game for him, because if he comes out and he is locked down for a second straight game against another quarterback who, in theory, with Kirk Cousins, we'll see what he looks like, can sling it. We know that he could pass for 300-plus on any given night, and you've got Bijan, and you've got Kyle Pitts, and you've got Drake London, and you've got these weapons that Atlanta has. If Quinyon Mitchell does it a second time in a row, that's it wasn't just he went out and he had a great game. It's, we have an outside corner that is going to be here for a long time in our first-round draft pick.
Yeah, and I think we got a glimpse of that. We got a glimpse of that last week when Jordan Love, we're talking about good quarterbacks, Jordan Love started going away from him.
Yeah.
He tried attacking him early on, and he couldn't complete
he's Tom
anything.
Brady, right?
Yeah.
Jordan Love.
Yeah, he is Tom Brady.
And C.J. Stroud, too, is also.
Hey,
Tom Brady.
Those Texans are 2-0, baby.
Yeah, Tom Brady.
Again, let's not act like week 2 was a normal week in football. We're going to talk about it because it was crazy yesterday in the NFL. So who is this a statement game for? And again, statement doesn't necessarily have to be if they play well, it's going to put them on the map. If they play poorly, Tuesday's going to be a rough day for them. Bryce Huff is a name that I'm going to want to talk about at some point during the show because Bryce Huff, if he goes out there and has a good game today,
we're feeling better.
We're feeling better about the pass rush. That's my biggest concern going into the season. If he does what he did in week 1, which was nothing, against a Falcons offensive line that was just beat up all over the place in week 1 against the Steelers. I get it. TJ Watt is a freak. Bryce Huff is not TJ Watt. But you know what? Bryce Huff is getting paid close to be TJ Watt. If he does what he does in week 1 tonight, then tomorrow's going to be a rough day for Bryce Huff. So statement game tonight doesn't necessarily mean they go out there, they put their name on the map. Statement game can also be, wow, we're not ripping them tomorrow.
8 games the rest of the way, I will guarantee you're facing a team that's shakier than Atlanta is. So you've got games coming up. But if you don't go out and do it against Atlanta tonight and you don't make it look like you're going to make an impact there, I wonder where Bryce Huff's going to be.
Absolutely. All right, you can text in or call in to discuss any of our topics today, 610-632-0975. Coming up next, we're going to talk about some of the matchups for tonight's game because it's one thing for us to talk about guys that need to make a statement game. How about the people that cover the team inside and out? They wrote up a big thing on the matchups from NBC Sports Philadelphia. We'll break those down coming up next. Phil's with a nice series win over the Mets. We'll touch on that as well. It is Kincade and Salciunas on a Football Monday, which is brought to you by Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning. Visit nopaybryant.com. Financial Field tonight. I bet that the link will be rocking tonight. You mentioned it in the first segment, John. We got the Nick Foles ceremony tonight, which is really cool. I mean, that place was going to be loud even if Nick Foles wasn't in the Delaware Valley. But the fact that he's going to be in the building tomorrow, you know they're going to show highlights. You know they're going to show the Eagles-Falcons highlight at some point.
You said tomorrow.
Did I say tomorrow? Tonight.
You're already. I mean, you got a long day ahead of you.
Oh, don't worry, man. Yeah, speaking of a long day, I'll tell you guys more about it later on the show, but we got the pregame show tonight. It's the Birds Insider pregame show.
It's going to be fun.
Live from the PBR Bar patio. So I think we're outside tonight, Connor.
Ooh, beautiful.
At Xfinity Live. It's me, Connor, and Bill Colarulo. It's brought to us by FanDuel Sportsbook. Use promo code pregame. It's also a FanFest on-site ticket raid.
Oh.
So if you haven't gotten your FanFest tickets yet, you can stop on by. All you got to do is scan the QR code that we're going to have there, and you'll get your tickets. You can listen on the radio, of course, on the app, or at 97.5thefanatic.com. And there's some big stuff happening on Xfinity Live tonight other than just our pregame show. We're the biggest.
Oh, no, you're the biggest thing going on. There's nothing going on with Jason Kelsey.
I'll tell you about that later on because that's an afterthought. Nobody really cares about all that stuff.
By the way, the huge ratings increase they saw for week 1 for that show.
You're talking about our pregame show, right? With
no,
me
I'm talking
Bill
about I haven't seen those numbers yet. But the ones for Kelsey.
Yeah.
That's absolutely huge.
Yeah. And we'll provide them some more because people are going to obviously come to see us first, and then they'll go see them.
We'll be listening on your way in.
Yeah. All right, Connor, have the text line ready. So, again, our first 2 topics to start the show. How judgmental of the Eagles should we be this early in the season, knowing what went on in the NFL yesterday, which was a crazy, crazy week? And we'll talk more about that as the show goes on. And who is this a statement game for? I said Jalen Hurts. John, you said Devontae Smith and Jalen Carter, and
yes.
Connor went with Quinyon Mitchell. I can give you 60 answers, but I want to give people the opportunity to text them in and explain why. It's 610-632-0975. But real quick, Phillies, good weekend for them. We're not going to talk about them too much.
It's a better weekend than.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a great weekend.
Look, they take 2 of 3 against the New York Mets, which drops the magic number down to what, 5 now?
5.
On September 16th, the magic number is now down to 5. That's unbelievable.
I mean, we should be looking at clinch scenarios this weekend at Citi Field. I mean, it's
amazing.
It is. We should be looking at that. And again, then I get into the anxiousness of they're going to probably play 2 weeks of baseball that mean nothing unless you're saying they're going to play balls to the wall to win that number 1 seed.
And they might want to.
No, they're going to have to. Because the magic number over the Dodgers for the top seed is 11.
Okay.
It's going to be a brawl because the Dodgers have a really easy schedule after tonight's game at the Braves.
Right.
Braves could do us a big favor winning tonight against the Dodgers. That would certainly help.
That would help. So a good weekend for the Phillies, taking 2 of 3 against the New York Mets.
It was.
Yeah, it was. What? Yeah, Mr. Chesty over there?
I wasn't too worried about that.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody in there was a little bit worried about that.
Look at
and you were deadly quiet.
Look at that smile he's got on his face in there.
That was the.
That's a conniving smile he got going on over there.
I had a busy weekend. I had a pool party in Vietnam.
If you are downplaying the Mets after you watched that, I would not want to watch that in October. That would be nerve-wracking.
Hey, the most important stat.
John, I don't know what you remember about the past 2 Octobers. Everything's nerve-wracking.
See, I don't think the Cardinals series was nerve-wracking until the end. We were losing.
Well, they were about to.
No, we came out. Yeah, but it wasn't nerve-wracking. You were losing, and then all of a sudden you come back.
I didn't want the season to end.
And then
game 2 was
the
tight.
The Braves series wasn't nerve-wracking either year.
Right.
I mean, it wasn't. It was the nerve-wracking of losing at the end, but it was great. And to watch the Phillies bunt twice late in a game to advance runners, which then both nights helped them win a game, was just fascinating. Fascinating that somehow the analytics department says, you know what, it's all right to lay down a bunt.
Some teams can do it, some teams can't.
It's all right to lay. No, they knew how to do it. They knew how to do it.
Yeah, they practiced it.
And it's like, good. They're I'm glad to see.
Some teams
it only
don't
took
practice
till
it.
mid-September to figure out, in tight games, you're allowed to lay down a bunt to help win the game.
Well, hey, doesn't matter when you figure it out as long as you do.
Yeah, fascinating.
They decided to practice. That was the All-Star break.
That's great.
All right, so NBC Sports Philadelphia put together an article. It's great. I love this kind of stuff of the matchups for tonight's game.
Dave
Zangaro put it together.
He's a quiet MVP in this market.
He is. I'll give you the ones that he highlighted, and as the show goes on, I'll read the blurbs about him. But the matchups that he highlighted today, I want to see where you guys fall on this. Lane Johnson and Jordan Mailata versus Matthew Judon, because Judon moves all over the place on that Falcons defensive front. Remember, he was with the Patriots. That was the first move, because they got him before Justin Simmons, right?
Right.
And that was the first move where we go, oh, interesting. Atlanta's bolstering the defense a little bit. And then they get Justin Simmons, too, which makes you go, oh, wow, this defense all of a sudden turned into a little bit of a talented side of the football. But any exception to Johnson and Jordan Mailata versus Matthew Judon, that's the first one that was mentioned on here in terms of the matchup to pay attention to.
I have no concerns. I have no concerns about that. Judon's a nice player. I'm not concerned.
What did he do week 1 against them last year?
In the Patriots game?
I don't remember him.
I don't remember that being the thing.
No, it wasn't a storyline.
I'm not sure, and I may be wrong on this. I think he had 4 sacks last year.
I will go back and check.
He's a disruptor. He can be a guy who is disruptive. I don't believe he's a guy.
He only played in 4 games last year.
Correct.
He was hurt. But
he
then
was a banged-up guy.
Before that, 12.5 sacks. Before that, 15.5 sacks.
I know that big one.
He was pretty good those other 2
I don't know that he's ready to be that guy yet.
We'll see.
But who knows?
The other matchup, Jalen Hurts versus, this time another duo, but this time for the Atlanta Falcons, Jesse Bates and Justin Simmons, the 2 safeties for the Atlanta Falcons. And I'll read the blurbs more as the show goes on, but he mentions the interceptions from last season, carrying over to week 1 last week, where Jalen Hurts throws 2 picks against Green Bay. Now you got 2 more tough safeties to deal with in Atlanta in Bates and Simmons.
And you know what, though? I think those are guys who are steady at this point in their career. I don't consider them impact, but I consider them guys who are steady, who are going to make the right reads. They're going to understand things well.
Which goes a long way.
Right, exactly. I don't consider either one of them, though. It's not prime time, either one of their careers. But hell, that's a pretty nice duo to put out there.
It is. Connor, you mentioned Quinyon Mitchell is your guy that will make a statement tonight. They have the matchup of him versus Drake London. I'm not sure if they move London around. I didn't really dive deep into the film of the Atlanta Falcons offense.
They do.
They move him around.
Slay will get him a little bit,
I would say
too.
corners versus Drake London. And Drake London's a good player. He's just not A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith. But he's a good player, and it's a nice test for the rookie corner, and, of course, Darius Slay as well. But this one is an important one.
Okay.
Because we were worried about this side of the ball, this specific group going into the season, and Zach Bond had a great game in week 1.
Great debut.
To make you feel better. And, of course, I'm talking about the linebackers here with Zach Bond, Nakobe Dean. I don't know if Devin White has been listed as out for tonight's game
no, he's not
yet.
listed as
I don't
out.
see him as out. But Dave wrote Eagles linebackers versus Kyle Pitts and Bijan Robinson. Now, I know Pitts has been ultimately a disappointment so far in the NFL. He's had bad quarterbacks with him. Mariota, what was the other guy? Rattler or Ritter? Who's
Desmond Ritter.
Desmond Ritter. I know there's a Spencer
Ritter.
Rattler and a Desmond Ritter. Ritter was horrible.
Ritter was horrendous.
He's got Kirk Cousins now, a legitimate quarterback. Kyle Pitts did score a touchdown last week. Not that game was good offensively for the Falcons altogether, but he did score a touchdown because Kirk Cousins goes, oh, wow, look at this big, talented receiver / tight end that I can throw to. Let me utilize him.
I think Pitts is a guy who's going to end up, depending on what happes, he may be a guy who ends up going to his second team, and everyone goes, "Oh damn!
Oh damn! This guy's good."
This is the guy. This is the guy everybody thought.
But also Bijan Robinson, and of course, Pitts and Robinson, tight end and running back, is the
Bijan's
job.
tough.
It's the jobs of the linebackers. I know safeties can do some stuff up in the box with tight ends, but let's just focus on what Dave Zangaro, pointed out: the linebackers versus Pitts and Bijan Robinson. Has that been something that we've almost not talked about enough yet? And we're finally talking about it on a game day. Because I feel like we haven't talked about it enough.
I think is it something we almost don't want to talk about?
It should be.
I mean, seriously.
Could be.
I don't mean to.
It's my number one concern. Like, there's not even a close
That's
second.
number one on your entire list.
Absolutely. That's their offense, and that is the weak spot of the Eagles' defense. That's
like
terrifying.
And it's a weak spot. It's not like, oh, this is the weakest spot of a good side of the ball. No, it's a weak spot. Unless Zach Bond is the guy we saw in week 1. That would be great. If he could have 15 more tackles and get 2 more sacks, and maybe Nakobe Dean is better in coverage this week than he was last week, even though he wasn't good at it last year.
He wasn't a liability.
No, he wasn't. He was not.
But he was not. He looks like somebody that every single offense coordinator is going to go, Let's test that.
Let's see if we can get something going here.
Yeah, let's see what we can get on that, especially with some of the bigger bodies on him.
Right.
So if you can get mismatches, that's going to be a bit of a problem.
I just feel like we haven't talked about this enough, right?
Yeah, because you know why? It's like Beetlejuice.
Right, you don't want to say it 3 times.
You don't want to say it. Because I tell you, Connor makes a great point there. It's what I'd really not like to hear about.
So coming up next, I'll read you what Dave wrote about it, right? The matchup that is Eagles linebackers versus Kyle Pitts and Bijan Robinson. I'll read the blurb on that coming up next. But I want to get to the text line as well. It's 610-632-0975. How judgmental of the Eagles should we be this early in the season? We mentioned style points and how you said you don't need style points tonight.
No, I just need a clean victory. I want clean.
You know there's tons of Eagles fans that go, well, they won games last year without style points, and they didn't, and they collapsed.
Yeah, but A.J. Brown wasn't missing from those games till the very end.
You're right.
I think the A.J. Brown loss for tonight is scary as hell.
It should be.
I may be on an island. I may be on an island.
I don't think you're on an island. I just think Jalen Hurts needs to still play well just because he doesn't have A.J. Brown. He still has more at his tool belt than what a lot of other quarterbacks have, especially, imagine if a team loses their star wide receiver, they usually don't have much after that. Jalen Hurts benefits from having more after that. So we'd love to hear from you, 610-632-0975. It is going to be a busy, fun football Monday right here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
The real and inside story on the Phillies is on.
6:47 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this football Monday, a game day football Monday for Eagles fans and Falcons fans, but mainly Eagles fans.
I don't know about Falcons
fans. We're the ones that really matter.
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you.
Speaking of things that matter, I like red zone. You're not the biggest red zone guy. Is that
I'm
correct?
not the biggest red zone guy, but I do enjoy it.
Okay, so yesterday,
Scott Hansen was having a bad day yesterday.
Well, I don't know.
He was stumbling over.
That's hard, man.
It's a hard job.
It's a tough job.
I think they deserve Emmys when
I
they do it
talked to
well.
somebody that says I could do that job. I'm like, no, you
couldn't.
I don't think you can because
No,
that's
it's
a
really
tough
hard.
job. But we'll get to the Texans in a second. But here's my problem with red zone yesterday.
Okay.
Notice I said coming in, it's a game day for Eagles fans and Falcons fans, right? So I'm watching red zone yesterday, and there's 2 games left. It's the Bengals-Chiefs game, which was theater, right? Whether it was good football or not,
it was theater.
It was theater.
It was.
And it was also the Steelers and who the hell were they playing?
Steelers in Denver.
Steelers in Denver, right? So the it's Chiefs Bengals, and there's a 4th down that the Bengals are going for it, but they're going the split box.
Yeah, I didn't understand.
Because Steelers Broncos were still in a 1-score game, right? So it was still a game that could have been had either way.
But it was
let's
the
face
play
it,
that would determine everything.
Right. One game is actually good. The other game sucks. It's a 1-score game because it's a bad football game. Somebody, the producer at Red Zone's got to go, yeah, you know what? Let's not double box this one. Here I am. I'm getting off of Red Zone. I'm putting on CBS because I want to just focus on that game. I got off the channel.
And that's what they don't want you doing.
Right.
So they forced you into it. I did the same thing. That's exactly when I switched over.
Who cares about other than Steelers fans and Broncos fans?
Or if you're betting. Somebody might.
Why are you betting Steelers Broncos?
Well, you're
First of
betting
all-
unders.
That's true.
First of all, how dare you
What?
What?
criticize red zone
Look,
in any
it's
way?
okay.
Do you know the
It's not a- it's
Do you
not a
know the
perfect-
golden era of watching football that you live
It
in?
is not a perfect product.
Do you know that like 30 years ago you got 2 games and that was it? You couldn't see anything else.
No,
It
you
was
got-
black and white TV.
I swear to you, my father would have just. I don't know what he would have done. His head would have exploded.
Right.
He would have sat there every single week watching when the Eagles game wasn't on. It would have been Red Zone.
Yes.
and
Oh,
he would
sure.
have. He would have loved it.
It is one of the greatest
It's
sports
amazing.
watching experiences.
It's amazing. But I don't need Broncos Steelers. Get that off my screen. I changed the channel because of it.
You're the guy that has the 5-star or great meal at a restaurant and complains that the salad was a little bit like the dressing was
Well,
weird.
if I'm paying all this money, then the dressing better be good.
Come on, man. Everything's good. It's red zone. Yeah, they make mistakes sometimes. It's an amazing experience. to be able to watch.
yeah.
I didn't need it. I didn't need the
producer
slop Steelers Broncos. I didn't need Justin Fields versus Bo Nix.
Producer needed to do more.
Well, it's like this show. You guys put on a great show every morning, and sometimes the producer messes up, but it doesn't mean that it's not
you
an awesome
never
production.
mess up.
No.
Connor. All right, what do we have on the text line?
Oh, I'm not ready for the
Don't
text.
mess this up.
Exactly. Please.
We have a bunch of people checking in on the statement game
Okay.
conversation from earlier. We've got a text from David who says the Dallas Goddard game. 10 catches, 122 yards,
Whoa.
2 touchdowns.
All right. Whoa.
Which I don't know if I'd go that far.
So I wrote Dallas Goddard down. If you see on the show sheet, I
So you
typed out
did.
Hurts, Goddard, and Huff, and we'll talk about Huff more. The second I saw the A.J. Brown news, my immediate thing went to Dallas Goddard. My brain immediately went to Dallas Goddard. And a lot of it has to do with the Kellen Moore information that you have provided since the day they hired him, since this show started.
So excited.
All the information you have provided for me and how well tight ends play
Yes.
in this offense.
He does not lose sight of his tight ends.
No. And so he had a quiet week 1, but the ball at least went his way. We saw last year the ball didn't even go his way. We saw the ball go his way. We saw Jalen Hurts utilize him sometimes in checkdowns. He might need to now be a focal point of the offense. So my first thought was Dallas Goddard. Now, his 10 catches, 120 yards, probably a little bit more than I expect. Yes, but do I expect Dallas Goddard to maybe do something in the red zone tonight? I do.
Okay.
He's going to have to utilize him.
I don't think Dallas Goddard has been. That's the biggest disappointment of his career as an Eagle. That he's not been an offensive weapon. He
the
has
red
not
zone.
been a real weapon in the red zone.
And I don't think that's him. I think that's
I think
what
it's
the coaches
everybody,
do.
though.
I think last year had a lot to do with the coaching, man.
Oh, last year I think it did. But he had Dallas Goddard before then.
He did.
And it just seemed like they didn't find ways for Dallas Goddard to be a to be an option in the red zone.
Yeah, but there's touchdown vultures in fantasy football.
Yeah.
I think the Eagles have Dallas Goedert has been in an offense where it's not even like it's his fault, and it's not even the coordinator's fault. Jalen Hurts scores a lot from the goal line, whether it's tush push or finding a way otherwise. Like, you've had solid running backs in the past. No Saquon Barkley, but there have always been other elite level options around Dallas Goedert. And that's it makes it tougher for him than the average tight end.
It does, because I think of the fact is somebody's going to say, well, wait a minute, you had Zach Ertz here. Zach Ertz found a way. Well, Zach Ertz didn't have Devontae Smith.
He was the guy.
He was A.J. Brown.
Right.
He was our A.J. Brown.
Right.
If he couldn't run after the catch.
He was the best option. So, I mean, it's brutal.
I'm trying to look at his red zone targets. I mean, there really isn't much in his career. I'm just targets. Within the 20-yard line last year, there was 10 times. Within the 10-yard line, there was 3 times. Within the 5, there was only 1. And that's to your point about the tush push. Like, last year, if they were inside the 5-yard line, they weren't throwing the football. And I wonder if part of that was lack of trust for Jalen Hurts. I don't know what it was. Remember, there was the concern about throwing over the middle of the field.
Well, last week, that is something, the one thing going back and looking at the numbers, that's something that blew me away that I never talked about on the show, is the fact that, man, Kellen Moore kept dialing up Jalen Hurts throwing over the middle.
Over the middle. And he threw in the red zone. I mean, the interception, obviously, but he did throw the football in the red zone, too.
I was surprised by that.
Yeah. All right, coming up next, we reset the entire show in the 7 o'clock hour. We'll get to more text messages. Again, the 2 main topics: how judgmental of the Eagles are you this early on in the season, or should we be? And who is this statement game tonight for? Either good or bad. If they don't play well, you're probably going to call them out tomorrow. Bryce Huff, in that regards, coming up next. You can text in or call in at 610-632-0975. We also take some time and look around the entire NFL from yesterday, because it was a crazy weekend. I don't think a lot of us expected it to play out the way that it did. It's Kincade and Salciunas on this Football Monday right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
$27-23 Birds. It's going to be a scary one.
Not far off from John's, but it is still a one-score game. 28-20 Philadelphia Eagles.
27-23 Birds. It's going to be a scary one.
Not far off from John's, but it is still a one-score game. 28-20 Philadelphia Eagles. Football Monday. A game day football Monday presented to us by Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning. Visit nopaybryant.com. What's the plans for the Kincade household on the Monday Night Football? Because I got to learn. This is my first late night game with work the next morning. Friday night, obviously, we were off Saturday.
Well, remember, I'll be there.
That's right.
So
yeah,
I will be there.
In the press box.
I'll probably get home 12:15, 12:30.
Okay.
There'll be ice water by the bedside.
Okay.
I'll crawl into bed for 3.5 hours.
And then we're back at it.
And then it's back at it tomorrow morning. Now, I have already penciled in on the calendar the Tuesday afternoon nap.
Oh, yeah. No, that's happening. I already talked to Christy about it. We got it.
I tipped you off to that.
Yes, you did. I appreciate that.
You got to schedule in if it's the Monday night game or a Sunday night.
Yes.
You got to schedule the Tuesday night, the Tuesday
the
nap,
big nap,
or the day after nap. So I've got that going tomorrow.
Well,
so
I appreciate the insight that you provide me.
Yeah, that helps a little bit.
And speaking of insight, I'll get some insight around 7:30 on how to handle you.
How you going to do that? Christina's not calling in. She doesn't listen.
Coming up at 7:30. I'm excited for this. I'm excited for you, but I'm excited for it personally. Your old partner, Buck Belue, is going to be joining us.
National championship quarterback from the University of Georgia with Herschel Walker.
That's awesome.
4,637 editions of Buck and Kincade in Atlanta.
That's amazing. And in Atlanta, and we got Eagles Falcons tonight.
Yeah, and I personally cannot wait to see one of my nemesises tonight. A guy who really he doesn't care for me, but he acts like he does.
Okay.
Arthur Blank.
Oh, okay.
I will seek out Mr.
I thought you were about to mention like a media member from Atlanta.
No.
So we're going to get fisticuffs in the press box?
But Mr. Blank, I will seek out to see Mr. Blank tonight. He does not like me.
Okay.
But he always pretends that he did.
Yeah.
He always would pretend.
Because he wanted you to say nice things about his squad.
He hated that I was an Eagles fan.
Yeah.
So I will look forward to seeing Arthur Blank tonight.
Well, we'll talk to Buck Belue, your old partner,
Buck.
coming up at 7:30 today to get some insight on this Eagles-Falcons matchup and some insight on how to handle
I don't think he can
John Kincade.
He never figured it out in 20-plus years.
All right, we'll check the text line in a second, but I want to talk about Bryce Huff. So one of our topics today that you can climb in on at 610-632-0975. One of our topics today is who is this a statement game for tonight? I said Jalen Hurts. John said Devontae Smith or Jalen Carter if you're going both sides of the ball. Connor said Quinyon Mitchell. Tonight's a statement game for Bryce Huff, too, because you don't want the voices to be loud.
No.
Early on. And by voices, I mean the Eagles fans. You don't want the ass face that was outside of the NovaCare last year with the trash cans of James Bradbury and Darius Slay. I wonder what that guy's up to these days because he seemed like he sucked individually as a person. But you don't want that kind of stuff happening after 2 weeks.
No.
You don't want Howie Rosen being questioned after 2 weeks. You don't want a lot of things being questioned after 2 weeks. And the Bryce Huff signing was questioned immediately because for a lack of knowledge.
Well, also, too, I mean, it was nobody in their right mind wanted to see a departure of your top pass rusher.
Right, and Hassan Reddick, yeah.
Nobody wanted to see that, but it happened. And then
they paid a guy a lot of money kind of off of potential. We complained about quarterbacks getting paid based off of potential. Bryce Huff kind of got paid based off of potential. And so a game like tonight where you saw last week, if you didn't watch any of the Falcons-Steelers game, the Steelers' defensive line had their way with the Falcons' offensive line and got to Kirk Cousins time and time again. Even if they didn't sack him, they made him throw the ball away quickly. He was not comfortable at all in the pocket. And as you have pointed out, and as Connor said in the opening of the show, this isn't the same Kirk Cousins we're used to. Not that Kirk Cousins was fleet of foot.
Well, he's coming off an Achilles injury.
Right, but he could at least avoid pressure. He could step up, slide in the pocket. He might not be able to do that right now.
And last week, they weren't even able to masquerade anything because when they lined up in the pistol 23 times, they ran it 23 times.
Wow.
I mean, you couldn't get more predictable than what they did. And so, this isn't vintage Kirk Cousins.
No, it's not. And it's also an offensive line that didn't grade out poorly going into the season, but clearly graded out poorly in week one. Can the Eagles pass rush, which was my biggest concern coming into the season, have a good game today? Specifically the guy that you paid a lot of money in Bryce Huff. Because if he doesn't, man, I'm not comparing him to TJ Watt. But if he doesn't, I'm going to go, man, that defensive front had their way with the Falcons offensive line last week.
On their field.
Yeah, in Atlanta, you're right.
Now, of course, that was still a home field advantage for the Steelers.
It was loud.
But it was
there were a lot of terrible towels there.
I think they had to go to silent count, the Falcons. Tonight's going to be even more of a just problem for Atlanta. You better feast tonight.
Yeah, you have to. He can't move. Kirk Cousins can't move. So it's not like you have to rush with the thought that he might beat you on the outside. You're not going up against Lamar. You're not going up against Justin Fields.
And he's not scrambling.
No, he's not. He's not moving.
Not that he ever was really a big threat for that either.
Right, but you're basically going up against a buoy. Like, he's just there. He's a little shifty right now, like a buoy would be in the seas. But he's not moving away from you.
Shifty.
He's a little shifty. That's all he's got right now.
Like that. The fans were calling him something else, not shifty.
Yeah, that's true.
Last week.
All right, what do we have on the text line, Connor? And then in a few minutes at 7:10, we're going to talk about a wild day in the NFL yesterday that I don't think many people could have predicted, but it also benefited the Eagles in a lot of accounts. But what do we got on the text line, Connor?
Jay from Westchester checks in and says it's a statement game for Jalen Hurts, not just because of last week, but because he needs to calm this fan base down in general about his ability to play.
Yeah, I think that's the correct answer. A correct way to look at it.
I don't think that's unfair.
Because last year, you said it, Connor, because you were also very emotional following the first win, that Jalen Hurts hasn't had a good game in not timeline, but 7 weeks?
Not he hasn't had a good game, but I haven't seen the dominance that we saw at points in 2022 in a while.
Yeah, since the second half of the Bills game.
And that's not hot takey.
No. And look,
That's
A.J.
really the
Brown
truth.
being out is difficult for Jalen Hurts in this Eagles offense. But when I say statement game, a guy that needs to step up, that needs to be Jalen Hurts. Just because you don't have A.J. Brown, and that's a big loss, you still have more. Like, Justin Jefferson got hurt yesterday for the Vikings, right? There's a huge drop-off once Justin Jefferson's off that field. Jamar Chase was not necessarily ready for week 1 because of the holdout, right? Him not playing well was a huge fall-off for the Bengals offense. You lose A.J. Brown for a week. Yeah, it's a big loss. You still have arguably a top 10 wide receiver in Devontae Smith. You have a top 10 tight end in Dallas Goedert.
Yes.
You have a top 10 running back in Saquon Barkley.
That is correct.
I know how much of a focal point A.J. Brown is with this offense, but you still have a lot to work with.
There's a ton to work with. And you better take advantage tonight. And the one thing is, you should be able to bully this Falcons defensive front. So, do you go another big week of Saquon Barkley running the football?
Maybe.
Is it I don't know.
I wonder if the Falcons dial up pressure again, even though Hurts did a great job against it last week. 6 of 8 for 91 yards, I think it was.
Yeah, I don't think they'll load up the box on Saquon, though.
I'm saying blitzes, though.
No, I understand.
Safety blitzes.
Right.
You got a couple of guys that can create pressure.
Well, the only thing is, though, is that last week that proved to be problematic. I think they're going to worry because last week they were dialing up the blitzes because I think they felt that the Steelers didn't have any weapons, too. You know what I mean? Like the Steelers, so they're more willing to try to blitz a Justin Fields.
Right.
I think they're going to worry a little more about Jalen Hurts.
Okay.
Because you get one-on-one, Devontae Smith can take it to the house.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, and so there's a lot to worry about. I think Saquon Barkley, the receiver, is what I'm looking for tonight.
All right.
I think that's one of the things that I think we're going to be talking about.
Only had 2 catches last week, but one of them was the miraculous touchdown, as we know.
I'd go over 4.5. How about that's tasty?
That is tasty. Is that a boosted line?
I'd boost it. I'd slide it over. I would slide it over, and I think I'd go over 4.5.
We're going to do some picks in the 9:30 segment, our picks and props for tonight. But I love that already. A little teaser for you. All right, give us one more text before we focus on the rest of the NFL because it was a crazy day yesterday.
All right, Blaine from Kentucky checks in, and he says the 2 guys that need a statement game. Hurts is the obvious one. But I also think Jahan Dotson has to make an impact. He's getting his first big opportunity with A.J. out. Make it look good that you traded for him.
Okay,
that's fair. I mean,
that's not unfair.
And that's why you made the trade for him because you were concerned about the lack of depth at the wide receiver position.
You don't have a third wide receiver tonight. And I don't care if you tell me that a punt returner's the third wide receiver. That's ridiculous. You don't have a third wide receiver because you have another injury. So...
Yeah,
right
but
now,
I don't know. Like, you sent that text yesterday to us, and it was something that we're going to get into, and we can get into it now. How much more do you want?
What do you mean, how much more do I want?
Like you said,
I want 3 wide receivers.
They have
Is that
3.
a lot to... Who?
Well, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, and Jahan Dotson. And, I don't know. What do you want, the fourth wide receiver to be a first-round pick?
No, you don't have A.J. Brown tonight.
I understand.
But
what I'm saying
what Connor's saying is...
So who are you?
If one of those guys goes down, which it might happen, Devontae Smith might miss a week. Jahan Dotson might miss a week.
You have to have 4 or 5 guys in an NFL game.
What team has 4 or 5 guys?
No, you have to have 4 or 5 bodies. Tonight you have 2 out. 2 guys are out. So what's the plan? I'm not saying that Howie needed to build the roster differently. I'm talking about analyzing.
That's how I read the text.
I'm talking about analyzing this game. Is who's your third wide receiver tonight?
I read the text as like, oh my God, they're so weak here.
No, it's what I'm saying to you is you've got 2 elite guys, and then we don't know what Dotson's going to bring you. I got a feeling he's going to do better than.
I think Dotson, as a number 2 tonight, is still better than a lot of number 2s in the NFL.
I'll have to see that, but I wouldn't be shocked with the weapons that surrounds him. Right. I'm not saying Howie has to build a roster different. I'm talking about for this game.
I thought you wanted like a fourth
no
security blanket.
No, what I'm saying is that
that's a Madden team.
It makes this game much scarier to me.
Well,
with AJ out and Johnny's out too, so you're in trouble.
You have the Casablanca strategy. We'll always have Paris. You could elevate Paris Campbell from the practice squad, right?
Oh yeah, that's a good point. You're going Casablanca.
There's a reason,
dude.
There's a reason he's on the practice squad.
Yeah, but you're going to need him.
There is, but
so
he's been an NFL quality wide receiver in a depth role.
It's going to be Devontae Smith, Jahan Dotson. They're going to probably work some things.
Okay, if you were to give me right now, the the most targets, Devontae Smith, correct? In the passing game.
Yes.
Either him or Goddard. But
Or Goddard.
probably,
So you're saying him or
probably
Goddard.
Smith, yeah.
Give me the third.
The third?
Most targets tonight.
Maybe Saquon.
It'll be Saquon.
See, I think it's going to be Saquon also.
It could be Saquon.
I really do. I think. But Dotson should be that guy.
Right. He should be. But
I mean, hell, you could use Saquon in the slot.
No, I
you
know
could
he
just
can be.
Put him out there as a slot wide receiver. Like, he could be the third wide receiver tonight.
And can you imagine if you, like, trying to, I can't, honestly, I can't imagine trying to cover him in space.
oh, yeah, good luck.
I mean, people are going to bounce off him and everything. This might be another Saquon game.
It could be. It could be. And look, you paid him.
Bro, every game
no.
might be a Saquon game. This dude is nasty.
He is nasty.
All right, so we'll get to more text messages as the show continues. You can climb in at 610-632-0975. Don't forget Buck Belue coming up at 7:30. Johnny's old partner from the ATL. He knows the Falcons inside and out,
Yes,
so
he
we'll talk
does.
to Buck coming up at 7:30.
Our digital content meeting canceled for today, by the way. So now you just freed up some time for yourself.
Is that true?
Yeah, 3 o'clock meeting
Yes.
got canceled.
Oh, the one that...
Yeah, 3 o'clock meeting
I
got
thought you meant
canceled.
the one after the show.
So it got canceled. No, not that one. No, but 3 o'clock meeting got canceled.
Okay, thank you for letting
Just
me know.
wanted to let you all know.
Thank you for letting me know about a meeting I will never attend.
You're terrible.
All right, so the NFL was wild yesterday. You had some upsets. The Vikings take care of business against the 49ers, which is amazing to me. The Saints obliterate the Dallas Cowboys. Cowboys were 6.5-point favorites, and the Saints were all over them from the jump. The Buccaneers beat the Lions in Detroit yesterday. The Raiders beat the Ravens in Baltimore yesterday.
We shouldn't have been as shocked with the Buccaneers. Divisional playoff weekend. Remember, Baker Mayfield had the ball in his hands with a chance to beat Detroit.
He did.
He was down by less than a score with the ball in his hands, and they ended up, he wasn't there able to get the win. We shouldn't have been as shocked, but man, there were some wild games.
But what's amazing to me? Oh my God! Like I just pulled up the box score for Bucks Lions. Do you guys know how many times Jared Goff threw the football yesterday?
How many times he threw the football yesterday?
Oh, yeah.
42.
No, wasn't it like minimal? It was like 17 or something?
No. Baker Mayfield was 12 of 19.
Oh, that's
in
okay.
that game.
Okay, I got
Jared
it
got 42?
34 of 55.
55.
A team, by the way, that utilizes the run game with their tandem back of Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery. Montgomery only had 11 carries yesterday, and it's not like they were losing.
Okay, that's bad use of your weapons.
Not Canales. Who's their guy? Ben
Johnson.
Ben Johnson. The Ben Johnson love. 55 dropbacks. Now I know the Buccaneers have a good front. Vita Vea's still a good player.
Yeah, but that's crazy.
And
that's
Vita
crazy.
Vea went out in the game and is
He
injured.
went out.
Yeah.
Yes, he's injured.
So it's 6-3 after the first quarter. So it's not like the Lions were trailing by two scores.
Sometimes these, you always like to the boy geniuses.
Yeah.
Sometimes the boy genius offensive coordinator gets lost in their playbook.
55 passing attempts.
That's ridiculous.
But ultimately,
in a one-score game, the whole day.
They lost 20-16 in a week where it was ugly. I'm sure there was a lot of betting slips that were ripped up throughout the
Connor
Delaware
knows
Valley.
about it.
Yesterday also could not have probably gone better for the Eagles.
No, it was perfect.
Cowboys lose, Niners lose, Lions
Top
lose.
3 competitors in the NFC, and they all took a conference loss. It doesn't get any better than that.
No, it doesn't. Now
That's
I don't
fantastic.
know. I don't know if I take anything away. Like I don't think I take away. Oh, the Niners are vulnerable. I think every team in the NFL obviously has an area where they are vulnerable.
Niners are vulnerable without Christian McCaffrey. Christian McCaffrey being out. That's why I say don't take the Falcons lightly. Take away the best offensive weapon for a team, and all of a sudden offenses can stall and can look not sharp, and you're asking guys to step up into bigger roles. That happened to San Fran yesterday.
It did. It did.
And losing Christian McCaffrey is huge.
And he's now on IR, so he's out till what, week 6?
So in other
Something
words,
like that.
when I told you last week that Kyle Shanahan wasn't being truthful, he wasn't being truthful, because you don't go from being he may play in the
now
first game.
IR.
So now he's out for 6 weeks. He didn't practice. Nothing else happened in that time period except Kyle Shanahan being exposed fraudulently.
Yeah, and now he's going to miss a lot more time. They're already 1-1. I still expect that they are a good enough team to still be able to win games. But Christian McCaffrey is the offense. He's Joel Embiid.
Yeah, let's get him some.
They got other good pieces on that team. Ayuk's a good receiver. Deebo Samuel's a good receiver, running back guy. Jordan Mason, clearly, he had another 100 yards on the ground yesterday, but he's not the same as Christian McCaffrey.
Let's get him some conference losses, though, the 49ers. They already got one. Let's get him another one at least before McCaffrey comes back, if not two.
And they got the Rams, which the Rams are going to be coming off of getting embarrassed by the Arizona Cardinals yesterday, and it's in L.A. And then speaking of the Cardinals, they play them on October 6th, and the Seahawks. So they actually have...
And that's a short week at the Seahawks.
They have 3 of their 4 divisional opponents in 4 weeks.
And they don't have McCaffrey.
That's pretty big for the Eagles in terms of the NFC.
Got to catch them. And then they come back to Chiefs-Cowboys.
Oh, my God.
Before their bye week.
Yeah, we talk about gauntlets that the Eagles went on. The 49ers have a gauntlet this year.
Remember, the 49ers, the Lions, and the Cowboys are all playing the first-place schedule.
That's right.
And they took a conference loss yesterday. That's why tonight is monumental. To not let these games where you're a favorite of over 5 points, you can't let these ones slip between your fingers.
Right, absolutely. So yesterday went out perfectly. The only thing that didn't really go in the Eagles' favor was the fact that Malik Willis was able to win a football game. And
there was a lot of Malik Willis slander, and then I watched the game, and it was well earned.
Yeah,
he's terrible.
He's not good.
He's terrible.
They ran very short routes for him. He completed. Look, good for him. He completed the passes. Josh Jacobs ran 700 times for 151 yards. It was 1990s football.
What was that? And then Jonathan Taylor.
Well, I'd run a lot too if I was having the day at quarterback Anthony Richardson was.
Jonathan Taylor hasn't had
12 carries yesterday. Jonathan Taylor,
and he still ran 100.
He rushed for 8.6 yards per carry, 103 yards. Yeah.
He hasn't been that good since Home Improvement. But that was absolutely.
But the Packers
awesome.
getting the win yesterday was kind of the only kick in the shin. I won't go into the jewels.
Yeah,
yet.
but you already have the tiebreaker with them.
Right.
So that's another one why you go. They already have a conference loss. You got to win tonight with the Falcons.
Anything else stick out to you from yesterday?
I looked at I did not see any. I have not seen any team in 2 weeks that makes me go, oh damn.
Right.
How could the Eagles ever potentially match up to that team?
I think we only know 3 things about the NFL right now. Maybe not even 3.
Okay.
The Giants stink. The Panthers stink.
Yes.
And I'm kind of iffy on maybe saying the Commanders stink.
Oh, no. Don't be iffy on it. The Commanders have a quarterback who I already told you. I've made the prediction.
He's going to get hurt.
He will not be playing when the Eagles play them, and he'll be injured because he took so many hits yesterday.
He did. There was one. He took a shot.
And you know what, though?
Area.
I hate that he's there. I told you, he's the quarterback that I think will be the best out of this draft.
But
class.
The other 29 teams, I don't know what they are, including the Eagles.
Bryce Young, big day for him yesterday. 18 of 26 for 84 yards. Hell yeah.
And it was getting booed.
That's your first overall pick.
He was getting booed off his home field.
NFL's got a quarterback problem. All right, coming up next, your old partner of 20 years, Buck Belue, joins us to talk about this Eagles-Falcons matchup tonight. We get an in-depth look at the ATL, the Dirty Birds that are coming into Philadelphia tonight. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Football Monday right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Kincade and Salciunas on this football game day Monday.
It is.
Here on 97.5 The Fanatic. By the way, I want to let you know about the deal of the week. This is a great one. You were telling me how much you love this stuff. You can get 2 adult combo tickets to the Bates Motel for the price of 1. So 2 tickets for $52. You're saving half. Prepare for Halloween thrills at the Bates Motel, one of the most frightening haunted attractions in the country, located in Glen Mills, PA. Get this exclusive offer while supplies last at 97.5thefanatic.com/deals.
The Bates Motel's awesome.
Is it? I've never done the Bates Motel.
No, it is absolutely awesome.
I'm a Jersey kid growing up, so that's the PA side.
I would tell you it is fantastic.
Okay.
Absolutely fantastic.
Well, and
I want to do it again.
A 2-for-1 deal. That's that goes a long way.
I want to do it again. My wife will not do it.
And I'm a fan of the deals. If it's free, it's me. You name it.
It is.
All right. Joining us now on the Comcast Business Hotline, where every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business help you move forward with what's next. It's an honor for me, Johnny. But I imagine this is a lot of fun.
You haven't talked to many national championship quarterbacks in your life?
No, I haven't. I also haven't talked to anybody that's survived 20 years with you. That's why we go to Buck Belue on the Comcast Business Hotline. Buck, good morning. I'm Andrew. I'm John's new partner of only 100 shows.
Oh, wow. Congratulations, man. I hope it goes well. We lasted 20 years together now, so
How?
good luck with that.
How?
He's asking how.
I'm asking how. 20 years? John's still going to be John will still be doing radio 20 years from now, right, John?
No, I will not be.
He's looking younger than ever. What are you talking about?
I'm going to do my golf game's going to be more like Buck's by the time I retire.
Okay,
that's what I'm going to try to do.
I'm hoping that's a good thing.
Which is always good.
Now, thanks for joining us today, so we can find out a little bit more about your Atlanta Falcons, the old stomping grounds of John Kincade. They're up here in Philadelphia. Buck, the pass rush for the Steelers last week just had their way with the Atlanta Falcons offensive line. To you, was that more issues with the Falcons O-line, or was that just the dominance of T.J. Watt and the Pittsburgh Steelers defense?
Well, I'm just stunned we didn't get McGarry, the right tackle, any help. I mean, everybody in the league knows he's a run blocker, not a pass blocker, and they barely gave him any help at all against Watt. So I was totally irritated with that. I think that's on the coach. Both the new coordinator and the head coach. I mean, after all, Morris had to approve that plan. It just seems ridiculous. They tried to chip him a couple times, Watt that is, and, they're doing it with Pitts and Robinson. Those two guys need to be out in the pass rush. I mean, what in the world are we doing here? And so it's very disappointing. I was on board for less than one game. And so now I'm back just annoyed and irritated.
It seems like that happens a lot with the Falcons over the years. And did you have a lot of expectations that Raheem Morris was going to change things up? Could it just have been maybe opening night jitters? Things were a little bad against the Steelers?
Well, I was just stunned at how bad Cousins looked. And look, nobody got a chance to look at him during the preseason. He didn't play in any preseason games. The media, there were some isolated media members able to go to practice. Fans weren't able to go and look during training camp. But, it's really obvious he can't move right now. He's stationary back in the pocket. Can't escape, can't move, can't push off the leg. He looks slow and old. And I'm already on that Penix bandwagon at this point in time.
Wow, that early. You're already thinking about Penix.
This sounds good to me.
Exactly.
Buck, you always made me feel better. This is really making me feel better. Sure.
Yeah, this is tough down here, though, brother, because after 6 years, I was on board. We got rid of that knucklehead Arthur Smith, whose offense had to be the worst in the league. So, we got rid of him. We got a coach in that had been on the offensive side and the defensive side of the ball. Apparently, looked like he hired a good coaching staff. But this is totally frustrating coming into this matchup tonight.
So when you're looking at the Eagles, what's something that you're keeping a close eye on for tonight that you think they could exploit the Falcons with, whether it's offensively or defensively?
Well, gosh, I'm expecting to see a fight between some of the Eagles pass rushers because they want to line up opposite of McGarry. So I think you might see your own guys sort of scuffling a little bit at the opportunity to pass rush working on McGarry there. It's just unbelievable. Only Matthews at left tackle had a good week last week as far as pass protection goes.
You don't seem to be a McGarry fan, huh?
No, he's not.
Well, I mean, you guys would have run his butt out of town in Philly by now. We gave him a contract extension here in Atlanta. Go figure.
It's crazy when you look at at what the Falcons are going to try to do. Bijan Robinson, a tremendous talent, and we looked at him a lot leading up to the draft. What have you seen out of him, and is he just being victimized by not having enough guys around him?
Well, look, I love him because he can do everything. He can run in between the tackles. He can get outside on the perimeter. He can get out in a pass rush or a pass route, catch the ball, really good skills. So a good all-around running back. I'm excited about him. The offensive line, not so much. I mean, so disappointing, too, about the fact that we've got Kyle Pitts expecting him to break out with a legitimate quarterback in place and a better system in place. They had 3 targets on Pitts in the first game. Same thing with Drake London at receiver. You take him at a top 10 pick. He had 3 targets in the first game. What are we doing?
Who is somebody for us, for our side of things, to pay attention to the Falcons? Like, is there somebody on defense that we should probably be worried about? Because we're so focused on this Eagles offense here because it looks like a Madden team, even without A.J. Brown. Who's somebody on the Falcons' defensive side of the ball that we should keep an eye on?
Well, the 2 safeties they play ball. Simmons we bring in at the last minute. And we've got an all-pro back there at safety. Terrell at corner, but gosh, I'm just expecting you guys to victimize the other cornerback spot and the nickel spot, which we did not address in the draft or free agency. So that looks like the weak spot to me. Fortunately, we catch a break with A.J. Brown's situation. So, there's some areas to target over there on the defensive side of the ball, and I believe it's the corner opposite Terrell. And then the nickel cornerback spot are the 2 big weaknesses.
I remember us talking about Jalen Hurts back when he was a college quarterback at Alabama. When you see Hurts as a former national championship quarterback yourself, what do you see in Jalen's game that impresses you, and what do you think you might want to see more of?
Well, I just can't get over it. It seemed like he protected the football so much better. His first 20 games in the league. These last 20-some-odd games, it seems like he's taking more chances with the football. He's not protecting the football like he did earlier on. I think just the farther he gets away from Nick Saban, the more he's turning the ball over. So that's the one thing that jumps off the page to me when I watch him play right now is just not protecting the football like he used to.
How dangerous are the Braves, by the way, if they get in?
We don't even know their names, the guys in the lineup. I mean, this is unbelievable. I mean, I got to check the roster and, do research just to figure out who's playing third base and who's in the outfield right now. It's just so disappointing. We're toast. I mean, even if we snuck in because of the Mets, you guys beating up on the Mets down the stretch, even if we get in, there's just no way that we can do any damage with what we're trotting out there right now. And look, it's understandable. These injuries hit, and they hit hard this year. I think a lesser team would have already been out of the race, but we're out there playing with quad A guys, as we used to call them in the minor leagues. The guys that are good enough to reach AAA, but not good enough to play in the big leagues. I mean, we got a handful of these guys in the lineup right now.
All right, Buck, before we let you go, based off of what you just said, I need you to do us a favor, if you feel comfortable doing so. We have a lot of...
Sing the Eagles song?
No, not
he
that.
He knows the song.
I'm sure he does.
He heard it enough.
Worked with you for 20 years.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
Awesome. Buck, the Philadelphia fans are always, it seemed to be living on the edge right now, edge of their seats, doom and gloom, like something's going to happen at any moment. I just heard you talk about the Atlanta sports scene and how bad it is right now. Can you maybe open the eyes to some Philadelphians as an outsider looking in that think that the Phillies season's going to be over before we know it and the Eagles are going to be a disappointment and this team's going to suck and that team's going to suck? Because I think based off of what you said, we have it a little bit better here right now.
You do. I mean, even our Hawks aren't any good. So, you look at, we like to claim the Georgia Bulldogs in Atlanta, too. They're right down the road. But, gosh, we even fell out of first place in the polls this week. So, look, life's good in Philly. I'd say enjoy it while you can, brother.
Buck, I miss you. Hope everything's well. I'm good to see the family doing well. And hopefully Rhett, his youngest son, senior in high school, Hopefully he can get back onto the football field after the injury he's had. But it looks like he's going to get back in November probably, right?
Well, we're hoping, just looking at the timeline, that he can come back in the last one, maybe the final 2 games, but we've got our fingers crossed on that one. I keep telling him how this guy that played for the Rams and the Florida Gators, Jack Youngblood, this is a way back kind of guy. He played in the Super Bowl with a broken leg. Come on, man.
Hey, that's great. Hey, Buck, give everybody a hug for me, maybe except for one person today when you get into work. Yes.
Keep up the great work, man.
All right, love you, buddy.
Yeah, man, there he is, Buck Belue on the Comcast Business Hotline, your old partner of 20-plus years. I'm glad that he basically painted the picture of how bad Atlanta is.
Can you see the effect that I had on him over 20 years?
Yes, I could see it.
Like he was a soft-spoken Southerner.
Yeah.
And he lets it fly.
He does.
And it's one of the reasons why Mr. Blank didn't really care for either one of us that much.
Didn't that make you feel better about tonight's game, though?
It makes me feel much better.
All right, let's talk
because I trust his eye.
Right, absolutely.
And he's immersed in that team on a daily basis.
Let's talk more about that coming up next, because we've always had this conversation. We are so close to things that we may not see the issues of other teams. He painted a lot of issues for the Atlanta Falcons, so we'll dive into that coming up next. Also, your text messages on our topics today. We'll reset them coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas on a Football Monday, Game Day Monday, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson.
What kind of...
9:47 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Coming up for the entire 8 o'clock hour. Remember, we did this last Friday. It'll typically be on Fridays, but because today's a game day, we will have Andrew DiCecco from Inside the Birds and here at 97.5 The Fanatic for the entire 8 o'clock hour. So we get to chop up the game with Andrew coming up at 8 for an entire hour. We get to talk matchups. We get to talk about, statement games. We get to take your texts. Text specifically for Andrew. Any questions for tonight's game? I love that this is going to be a part of our show moving forward this season, man. It's going to be a lot of fun.
And I'm going to tell you, after Buck, I'm feeling a little bit better because I know he's got eyeballs on every single snap of that.
Yeah, man, he acted as if the Falcons stink.
Believe me, he does not hold back.
No, it didn't seem.
No, he does not.
He
does not hold back. And by the way, Phillies fans got to feel better,
right?
Here in Buck too.
Oh, about the Braves, yeah.
Yes,
but this is why.
And this is a man with a World Series ring from 2 years ago.
Right.
I mean, come on. He's a big Braves fan.
Yeah. So I said one of the statement players tonight needs to be Bryce Huff, right? And so when I hear Buck talk about how bad the offensive line was for the Falcons, except for one player, their left tackle. And
Jake Matthews is not special.
Okay, he's not special.
No, he is solid.
Yeah.
Not special.
He shouldn't be locking someone down.
No. He should have wins. He should have losses, but not his losses don't tend to be catastrophic.
So here's what Dave Zangaro wrote. I mentioned to you guys earlier that he has the matchups, and there's blurbs for the different matchups. I got to give you the linebacker one still.
Okay.
Eagles pass rushers versus Falcons offensive line. Cousins was getting rid of the ball extremely quick in week 1 with an average time to throw of 2.51 seconds, according to Pro Football Focus. That was the 5th fastest time to throw in the NFL last week, so it might not be easy to get to Cousins in this game, but that's where Vic Fangio's disguises on the back end might matter. Now, I will say this. I'm going to edit in a little bit here. He had to get the ball out quick.
Oh, he did. He was under duress.
Because if he didn't, the Steelers' pass rush was in his face.
I don't think he had a pocket.
No.
20% of the time, he had a pocket he could throw in and one that he could step up into.
Yeah. He continues saying even though Cousins was getting rid of the ball quickly in week 1, he was still sacked a couple of times, and the Falcons surrendered 12 total pressures in this game. The Steelers were all over them. Here's where these pressures came from. Up the middle with the center position, Drew Dahlman 3 times, Matthew Bergeron. Who's the...
What?
Tom Bergeron.
Tom Bergeron.
America's Funniest Home Videos.
No, who's the hockey player?
Patrice Bergeron.
Patrice Bergeron. Thank you.
Very good.
Matthew Bergeron, 3 pressures allowed. Chris Lindstrom, 3 pressures allowed. So that's up the middle.
Oh, yes.
So you mentioned Jalen Carter.
That's why I think Jalen Carter has he better have a monster night of you noticing him. And I'm not saying he has to have 2 sacks.
No, but
he better have a monster night of disruption. By the way, week 1, one of the most double teams in the NFL.
Yeah.
So they know they're going to focus on Jalen Carter.
And if they're going to focus on him, then that means it might be one-on-one battles on the edge. And that's why, to me, Bryce Huff needs to step up. Because Jalen Carter can force Cousins to move a little bit. Somebody's got to finish the job. And that might be Bryce Huff. It could be Josh Sweat. It could be Nolan Smith. Somebody. There has to be.
Well, who'd you say?
Nolan Smith.
Yeah, that's one name I'd like to hear.
Nice.
Seriously, Bryce Huff got the big paycheck.
Yes.
I better damn well hear Nolan Smith's name tonight.
The first-round draft pick, yes.
And look, that better happen.
Yeah.
That better happen.
It absolutely needs to. All right, what do we got on the text line there, Connor? You can text the show at 610-632-0975. Our main topics today, who is this a statement game for tonight? Who does it need to be? Not who you expect it to be. Who needs to have a statement game tonight? And how judgmental of the Eagles should we even be early on the season when you watch the NFL play out the way that it did yesterday? An ugly day for a lot of the top teams in the NFL, a lot of the top-paid quarterbacks in the NFL. How judgmental of the Eagles should we be this early on the season, positively or negatively? What do we have on the text line, Connor?
All right, a no-name text here, but they say, I actually think Zach Bond and Nakobe Dean need to have a statement game. They played a lot better than most expected in the first game, so if they're able to back that up with another good performance, especially against Bijan Robinson, that would be huge.
All right, so here's what Dave wrote about him.
Okay.
One of the biggest stories, again, the matchups that Dave Zangaro pointed out, highlighted, and this one is Eagles linebackers versus Kyle Pitts and Bijan Robinson. One of the biggest stories from week 1 was the play of linebacker Zach Bond, who had 15 tackles, was all over the field. And the other starting linebacker, Nakobe Dean, also had some really good moments when he was running downhill. All that is true. But no matter who is out there, the Falcons offense can definitely put some stress on linebackers with a good tight end and a running back who are good pass catchers. Bijan Robinson is entering year 2, is expected by many to have a huge breakout season. He had over 1,400 scrimmage yards as a rookie. He had 530 receiving yards in 18 games. And the Falcons are going to work to get him the ball in the passing game. So, yeah, I mean, it's going to be a lot of Bijan Robinson and Kyle Pitts.
That's a challenge. Yeah, it's a challenge.
Against Zach Ball and Nakobe Dean, who did have good week 1s. Can that continue? So that's a great text there from our no-name texter. Put your name on it, man. Say it with your chest. All right, coming up next, Andrew DiCecco from Inside the Birds joins us for the entire hour to break down tonight's game. Can't wait for it. You're also your first chance to win $1,000. We have the cash contest coming your way at 8 o'clock to start the hour. I'll tell you what the keyword is and how you can win, hopefully, for you, $1,000 on a game day. That'd be pretty nice. It's Kincade and Salciunas on this Monday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A face-off with the Falcons. I'm Connor Thomas.
your chance to win $1,000. Text the keyword paycheck. That'd be a nice paycheck, an extra $1,000. Paycheck, paycheck. You have 15 minutes starting now to enter it. There's 3 ways to do it. You can go on the website, 975thefanatic.com. You can do it via the app or text the keyword to 45911. Against the keyword is paycheck, Paycheck. One random winner will win $1,000 in this company-wide contest. Winners will get a call from Beasley, so be sure to answer your phone. Complete rules at 975thefanatic.com. And it's all sponsored by Rand Spear, the accident lawyer.
This is Kincade and Salciunas, Philadelphia Sports Talk. 97.5 The Fanatic.
All right, it is 8 a.m. on a football Monday, which is presented by Pierce Phelps, Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning. Visit nopaybryant.com.
What does that mean?
You know what that means, John? Well, actually, doesn't necessarily always mean this because football Monday, we don't always join Andrew DiCecco for an hour.
But today we do.
But today we do because it is a game day football Monday. So last Friday when the Eagles played in Sao Paulo, we were joined by Andrew for the entire hour, and then he joined us the following Monday for his check-in. This week we get to talk to him
3 times.
3 times.
How about that?
An hour today. The check-in tomorrow, the 10 minutes on the Eagles-Falcons, post-game review, and then an hour on Friday getting you set for week 3. Andrew, we love it, man. This is going to be a fun week to have you on board as much as you will be this week. Welcome in, man. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How's everybody? I'm excited, man. We get another game to talk about. I feel like we were talking about that Packers game for 2 weeks.
Yeah, it felt like it was forever ago since they played.
What changed from the initial discussions you had about the Packers game? Did any of your opinions about how the Eagles played or things you're concerned about or whatever really change in the week or so that you had to ferment over it?
Not so much, John, because when I went back and watched it a second time, the field, you could clearly see that the field conditions played a big part in some of their shortcomings, particularly the lack of pass rush. I think the run defense is something that's going to take a big jump this week. I didn't like what I saw from Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter, but I think a lot of that had to do with the traction. Yeah. And those field conditions really affect pass rushers because angles and leverage is so important for that. That's something that I think they have an advantage of this week against Atlanta. But my opinion didn't really change one way or the other.
So you kind of expected what you kind of saw going into week 1, but you obviously think there's going to be some guys that step up more as the season goes on, like you said, Jalen Carter. Is there anybody that played to your expectations, right, where you go, I know this guy's going to have a big game, and he had it in week 1?
Slay is somebody that, and it sounds simple enough, Andrew, but Darius Slay doesn't get enough credit, I feel like, in this city for whatever reason.
You're speaking my language, my man.
He's still a marquee player at his position, and he's so steady that you almost take him for granted a little bit, but he completely shuts off his side of the field. Yes, Quinyon Mitchell, that meant that he was going to get a lot more targets, but I thought he really answered the bell.
Yeah.
Not really a surprise to me based on everything that I had seen during training camp. Confident player, short memory. But I think Slay is somebody that you can always go into every week knowing he's going to be able to quietly handle his assignment. This week, I'm looking for Jalen Carter to really take a big step forward. He was a little bit quiet last week. His stats don't necessarily show on the stat sheet, but I think this is going to be a big Jalen Carter.
I think the Slay thing where you say he might be underappreciated in the city, which he is, you as the football guy that you are, realize the things that he does when his name's not mentioned on the broadcast. There are a lot of people, they don't like his nickname being Big Play Slay, right? He may not make a big play. It's not his fault that he can't make a big play when the quarterbacks don't even go his way, when they don't even target the receiver that he's covering. I think that's why he's underappreciated, that people just go, oh, well, how can you be Big Play Slay when you don't make big plays? Well, it's because he's so good they don't even look that way.
Because he's made so many big plays that teams don't want to test him. And Kirk Cousins, I have to think he's going to avoid him at all costs because Darius Slay has his number.
Quinyon Mitchell starts outside his first NFL game and shows himself to be, at the very least, he didn't look out of place. So what's the plan moving forward, especially now that maybe he gets some healthy bodies back?
Mm-hmm. This is where it gets really interesting. This is a question that I got a lot this week, John. If you're me, I think what makes the most sense, logically, keep Quinyon Mitchell at his natural spot on the outside. He performed very well, probably exceeded expectations, but if that's your long-term plan for him, for continuity purposes, keep him there. Now, what does that mean for the nickel role? I think you could still see another week of Avonte Maddox, but I also wouldn't be surprised if you see Cooper DeJean in there a lot more than we saw last week. He played 6 snaps last week. I believe that you're starting to see him get ramped up, more comfortable with the defense. He's somebody that, you want to get the startup costs out of the way early. Let him grow and learn on the job in week 2 rather than later in the season. So I would expect to see a combination of those two players there. But it also is a little bit confounding because Isaiah Rodgers, for all accounts, is going to be back this week. So that's another player who I think could actually rotate in. Maybe he returns kicks, although he does have the hand injury. So it's kind of a good problem to have.
Andrew's with us for the entire 8 o'clock hour today. So if you have any questions for him specifically about tonight's game, or if you do want to revisit some topics from last week when the Eagles beat the Packers, feel free to text in at 610-632-0975. We'll throw at Andrew some of our topics that we've had through the first 2 hours of the show. We'll get into matchup conversations for tonight's game. This is a great hour. This is a football hour on a football Monday. But it is 8:05. It is time now for a football edition of today's Headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's Headlines with Connor Thomas.
What do we got, Connor?
Oh, this is awesome, dude. We didn't do headlines after the first NFL Week 1, so now we get to do an NFL-centric headlines for the first time in history. Big moment.
I got enough dudes for today.
There's never enough dudes for a football Monday here on The Fanatic. Anyway, we're going to move on.
Save yourself. Come on, dude.
I did save myself.
Yes.
Someone who did not save themselves yesterday was Dak Prescott or Mike McCarthy or really anybody on the Cowboys. And when the Cowboys get torched, you know what we get to see after the game.
Week 2, and it's already started. How about them Cowboys?
That, of course, Stephen A. Smith and his reaction to the Cowboys getting torched.
That is a must-watch after every Cowboys loss. Whatever video, the way he pans himself into the scene or whatever. But, yeah, man, rough day for the Cowboys. We're going to bounce around the NFL some more with Andrew as this hour continues. But, dude, 44-19, it leads us to question, are the Saints actually that good, or was that just a horrible game by the Cowboys?
I think the Saints, it's somewhere in the middle. I don't think the Saints are that good, but they're not as bad or as lackluster as some people may have thought going into the season.
So last year, I had them winning the South.
So did I.
And they were a huge disappointment. And Derek Carr was horrible. And then all of a sudden, he comes out the first 2 weeks of the season. He's throwing all over the place.
Yeah, he's carving up.
Yes.
He's carving up teams. But I think what was interesting, Andrew, if you listen to Dak Prescott after that game, if you read between the lines, it almost seems like they were feeling themselves a little bit going into the season, and they needed sort of a reality check.
Well, could very well be.
We'll see if the reality check continues in the next week.
I told you, suspicious. Eagles are already on the board as a 2.5-point favorite at New Orleans.
Yeah.
Interesting.
With all the love that the Saints are getting.
That's interesting.
What else we got, Connor?
So if you're a backup quarterback and you get your chance to play in the NFL and the coach calls a play, you better run that play. Or if you don't, you better have a darn good explanation of why you didn't do something. And Malik Willis stepped in for Jordan Love in Week 2, found a win for the Packers, but he didn't throw a ball at a certain play he was supposed to. And Matt LaFleur talked after the game.
It was a 3rd and 10.
Yes. 3rd and 10 situation. Here's why Malik Willis didn't throw the ball, according to head coach Matt LaFleur.
Yeah, I asked Malik why he didn't throw the ball on that 3rd down, and he told me that Josh threw up on the ball. I was like, that's the first time I've ever heard that.
So it's not a legend. I saw somebody.
There's a video.
Somebody found the play and they zoomed in on the center, and he quite literally puked right when Malik Willis was about to say "hut." He puked on the football.
Wow. That's like that scene in The Replacements where they all had to get in the huddle and they had to move over.
Oh, this is on the ball.
Right.
So Malik Willis is dropping back with chunks in his hand.
Yeah, it was the center Josh.
He's got Campbell's chunky noodle.
He's got eggs from the morning,
Yeah, he's dropped back to pass. He goes, "Oh man, this isn't spider tack. This is this dude's vomit. I gotta scramble." And he got some decent yards on the play.
Malik Willis said it smelled worse than Connor's victory shirt.
Hey man, this is easy on the victory shirt. It's
he
magical.
Said it was worse.
I kept it quiet.
Oh, no.
It's a little raunchy
I
today.
air dirty laundry.
These Eagles can
No pun intended.
The Phillies keep on winning, man. So the more they win, the raunchier it'll smell.
Hey, man, this is what victory smells like.
Ain't sitting next to him at the meeting after the show, I can tell you that.
What else?
I'm in my own room.
What else we got?
Something else that stinks right now is the Jacksonville Jaguars. And Trevor Lawrence talked after their most recent loss.
The guy that they named the stadium after.
Yeah.
For mediocre football
Trevor
play.
Bank Stadium.
Yeah.
That's stupid, too.
That's unbelievable.
But bottom line is he kept it short and simple.
Trevor, how stunned are you by the offensive performance in the last 6 quarters?
Yeah, I mean, we suck right now, so I don't. Pretty shocked. Obviously, we had a great offseason, great training camp, and we got to figure it out.
I wouldn't like that answer if I was Doug Peterson.
I mean, what
from
else
from a leader, I mean, you got to elaborate on that. How are we going to get? How are we going to? What's the solution here? How are we going to get it? How are we going to make things right?
I would be a little pissed off.
How about this? You sucked right now, Trevor Lawrence.
That's where he should.
I saw
start.
him throw. He had open receivers that he just missed yesterday. I don't know what this dude's problem is. I was with you, John. I thought him coming into the league, he was going to be a good quarterback. And
I was sold.
His rookie season, he threw a ton of picks, but it was like the Peyton man. Oh, well, Peyton threw a ton of picks his first season. He's nowhere close to Peyton Manning.
I honestly, I would hate that answer because I would tell my quarterback, hey, close the door. You're the leader. You're the big paycheck. Start with, I'm not doing well enough. And we all need to get better.
Yeah.
But you better lead with the chin.
Start with
Start with you, that you were the one who sucked because he sucked.
Yeah,
Andrew,
he's not going to be the one gone.
No, it'll be the head coach because they paid this guy, and that's the problem. So I want to run this by you before we dive deeper into tonight's game.
Sure.
We will. You're with us for the entire 8 o'clock hour. I've been saying this since last year, and I'm standing by it, and I think so far I've been proven right through 2 weeks of football. I think the NFL has a quarterback problem. And it's not necessarily the talent themselves, but it's the pay that these guys are getting. Here are 5 quarterbacks that lost yesterday. They're all making over $200 million, by the way. Tua, Trevor Lawrence, Jared Goff is close to 200, or is he right around there? But he's getting paid a lot of money. Dak and Daniel Jones. Deshaun Watson won, but he beat Trevor Lawrence, right? And Deshaun Watson stinks. And Justin Herbert won, but what has he really done in the NFL? Those are 7 quarterbacks that played yesterday and 2 on Thursday night that are getting paid north of $200 million for accomplishing what?
I'm with you. I think the NFL does. They absolutely have a quarterback problem. It is so hard to find a franchise quarterback that I think when teams find a quarterback that can give you baseline level of play, they want to commit to that and overcommit to it rather than going into the draft and trying to find the unknown.
Right, like I'd rather be the Bears.
Right.
Who knows if Caleb Williams becomes something, but they realize they reached their ceiling with Justin Fields. So they go, you know what? We're not going to win with this guy. Let's try it again with Caleb Williams.
If you don't believe in your guy,
yes,
then you move on.
And yet the Jags paid Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence has done nothing in the NFL, and he got paid a ton of money. Dak, I get why he got paid. I get why Dak Prescott got paid. He was supposed to get paid. The Cowboys should not have let him walk. But to get $60 million a year?
Wow.
What has he done? What has he done in his career?
And they just keep resetting the market. Jalen Hurts is, the 9th or 10th highest paid quarterback?
It's only going to go up. Like, the next crop of mediocre quarterbacks will get close to probably $300 million.
Wow.
Okay, well where it brings it to an interesting point because Andrew started the show today with about sort of what do you want to see out of Jalen Hurts? And to me, I don't need style points tonight. With A.J. Brown out, I need efficiency and I need a clean game from the offense. I don't need wild numbers exploding the scoreboard, and I don't need Jalen Hurts to be passing for 300 or whatever. I just need a clean game that's efficient, and you get out with a win without A.J.
That's fair.
Is that setting the bar too low, though?
I don't believe so. Just clean football, keep the ball out of harm's way, minimize the mistakes. This is now your 2nd week running this offense. And you have someone like Devontae Smith as your top receiver. I think you're going to be just fine. Jahan Dotson, obviously, don't force it to him, but he has a really good opportunity working against cornerback Mike Hughes, who's a journeyman, and D. Alford, who's a very middle-of-the-road nickel corner. Yeah. So it should be a throw ball game, but don't force it. Keep the ball out of harm's way. Play clean football.
So my point when we were talking about this earlier, so I'll ask you this question coming up later on the show, but one of our main topics today is who is a statement game for tonight? Like, who is it tonight that needs to make a statement? Like, Bryce Huff is one of those answers because of what we saw or what we didn't see last week, and you saw what Pittsburgh was able to do against the Falcons front. But Jalen Hurts was my first answer because he's losing A.J. Brown for a week, which is a big loss. Any team that loses their number one wide receiver, it's a big loss. But a lot of teams don't have another top 10 wide receiver, arguably top 10 wide receiver at their disposal when they lose their top receiver. He also has a top 10, top 5, maybe top 3 running back in Saquon Barkley, and we know that Dallas Goedert's a top 10 tight end. A lot of guys uplift their play when somebody goes down, right? If you watch a game of basketball, if it's a 2-star team and Tyrese Maxey's out with an ankle injury, all right, Joe, we need 50 out of you tonight. Why can't I say going into this game, all right, Jalen, I know you lost your best weapon, but I still need you to play the same way you normally would with A.J. Brown because you still have Devontae Smith. You do have another first-round pick in Jahan Dotson. You have Barkley. You have Goddard. It's not like he lost A.J. Brown and now he's thrown to Olamide Zaccheaus.
Right.
With all due respect to Olamide Zaccheaus.
Yeah, I love Olamide. That's my guy. But to your point, I think that you need to see someone who needs to have a big game is Dallas Goedert.
Yeah.
How many times have you heard Nick Sirianni say the offense runs through A.J., Devontae, and Dallas? Okay, well, A.J.'s gone, so Dallas, by all counts, would be the number 2 option. He had a very quiet first game, 31 yards, I believe. This is his opportunity. I like the matchup anyway against their second level, but Dallas Goedert really needs to elevate his performance for the Eagles.
Pass sets up the run tonight, or run sets up the pass?
I think
philosophy?
I think pass sets up the run. I do.
Softens things up for Saquon, and then Saquon takes off. If I said to you over 4.5 receptions for Saquon Barkley tonight, would you go under or over?
I would take the over. Much like what you saw from Bijan Robinson in Week 1 when he had 5 targets and 5 receptions.
Okay. All right, that's interesting.
I like that. Now you're thinking about putting it in your same game parlay.
Well, I have my FanDuel app open right here. All right, so who are some of the players from the Atlanta side of things that we should be keeping a close eye on, both offensively and defensively? Because we're obviously so close to the Eagles. We know the strengths. We know the weaknesses. We just had John's old partner on Buck Belue. They did 20 years of radio together in Atlanta. I don't know how but exactly. That was my first question for Buck. It had nothing to do with the game. It was, how did you do this?
It's a fair question. It's a valid question.
And no, not just. That's not even a shot at you, John. That's
4,637 shows.
Sports radio who lasts 20 years together. That doesn't really happen. No. But he basically pointed out how bad a lot of areas are for Atlanta. We're so close to the Eagles that's all we care about. It made us feel better. What are some players, some areas of weakness or strength for Atlanta you're keeping an eye on tonight?
So offensively for Atlanta, Andrew, if I'm the Eagles, you have to key in on Bijan Robinson because, like we said, he had 5 catches last week. He's also somebody that's very explosive and slippery in the open space, and I think he can give the linebackers who looked really, really strong last week, and Zach Bond and Nakobe Dean, he can give those type of players fits. Also, Kyle Pitts is another player who he hasn't really had that breakout game, but I feel like we're waiting for that shoe to drop. I feel like it's coming. He can move around the formation. That's somebody that I think he's a matchup problem. So if I'm the Eagles, I'm probably looking to find a way to get Quinyon Mitchell on him or C.J. Gardner-Johnson to minimize the damage. Defensively, it's Matthew Judon, their pass rusher. Yeah. Matthew Judon, the last time he played the Eagles, it was Week 1 of the 2023 regular season. He had 1 sack, 2 quarterback hits. He's long, and he can give those tackles trouble because he is so effective in getting around the edge using his athleticism. That's a player that I would keep an eye on as well.
Are you a believer that there is an ease when a guy like A.J. Brown is out to be able to slide other people into positions, that they're always thinking of these contingency plans? Because it does concern me about tonight.
I think so. Are you concerned about...
be able to exploit the Falcons? Like A.J. Brown, you had a plan to exploit the Falcons.
Yeah.
That was created probably last Tuesday and Wednesday.
Mm-hmm.
Then he's out Friday.
Yeah.
Now you're trying to recreate that plan, and you're looking at the same Falcons chessboard.
Sure. So A.J. Terrell likely is the Falcons' top corner. He was likely going to draw the assignment, John, of covering A.J. Brown. So now you have Devontae Smith, who's going to have to be but Kellen Moore, to his credit, has found creative ways to move Devontae Smith around the offense. So I'm not necessarily sure that you could look at that and think that A.J. Terrell is going to be able to cancel that out. But the question that I have is Jahan Dotson. Jahan Dotson, in theory, should be able to thrive going against Mike Hughes, who's he's not a starting corner in the NFL. Let's just call it what it is. But Jahan Dotson played 32 snaps last week. He's still learning a new offense, whereas a lot of these players learned from the spring through the summer, so they have obviously an advantage. I think Jahan Dotson really needs to step up. You talk about that first-round pick pedigree, and he's going to have to. There's going to be a considerable burden placed on his shoulders to kind of elevate his performance.
Interesting stuff. Andrew DiCecco joining us for the entire hour today. We mentioned some statement game conversations. We'll get into that coming up next. But also another question that we asked the audience today, and I want to get some texts on this at 610-632-0975. And I'm curious to get more of your input on this, Andrew, because you have preached patience on this show. My question that I asked the audience today, and I'll get your answer on this coming up next, is how judgmental of the Eagles we should be this early on in the season. And I thought of this topic this morning because of what I watched yesterday. And what I watched yesterday was a horrible week for a lot of the top teams in the NFC. Great week for us, right? The Cowboys losing, Niners losing, Lions losing is a great week for the Philadelphia Eagles.
That's the trifecta of all trifectas.
But I don't think the Niners stink. I don't think the Cowboys stink. And I don't think the Lions stink. But they all played stinky football yesterday. So with that being the case, how judgmental should we be of the Eagles this early on in the season? Andrew joins us for the entire 8 o'clock hour. We continue that conversation coming up next. If you have a specific question for Andrew for tonight's game or reaction to Eagles-Packers, feel free to send them in at 610-632-0975. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Football Monday right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. Fanatic, and we're joined for the hour by Andrew DiCecco. If you have any questions for Andrew for tonight's game, text in at 610-632-0975, or if you have a reaction to any of our topics today, and we'll throw those at Andrew coming up here in a second, you can also text in at 610-632-0975. Now, you just heard the promo running right before we came out of the commercial break for FanFest, which is coming your way Saturday, September 28th at Xfinity Live. All presented by our friends at FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more. Xfinity Live and FanDuel are two important things to remember, because I'm about to tell you about something else that's going on with both of those companies there. But you can get your tickets during our next online ticket raid. If you haven't gotten your FanFest tickets yet, we have an online ticket raid tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. during the Mike Missanelli show. So make sure you check out the ticket raid on our website, 975thefanatic.com. But speaking of Xfinity Live and FanDuel, the Birds Insider pregame show is tonight at Xfinity Live, presented by our friends at FanDuel Sportsbook. And Andrew DiCecco will be calling in for his DiCecco during the pregame show. We got the DiCecco during Kincade Salciunas, but the DiCecco during the pregame show.
Just before we have dinner or after?
6:30.
Okay, so
6:30.
it's before.
He's going to call in at 6:30 because at 6:15, Nick Foles speaks to the media today.
Can't wait for that.
And we will carry that during the pregame show, and then we'll speak to Andrew about everything coming up at 6:30. But also at Xfinity Live, we are first billing, obviously. But Xfinity Live is throwing a big party tonight for the home opener for Monday Night Football. And there's going to be some other important people other than me, Bill, and Connor. There will be these guys named Jason Kelsey, Scott Van Pelt, Ryan Clark, Marcus Spears, Adam Schefter, who we talk to every once in a while, Wednesdays at 8 o'clock, and Michelle Beisner-Buck in her cast because her husband fractured her ankle with the golf ball. Remember?
Terrible.
That was nice of them to come out and watch the show, the pregame show.
They're coming out to support the pregame show. And Fletcher Cox will be there handing out Bud Lights with the Philly cans in the NBC Sports Arena, which is where we were set up last week. So check out Xfinity Live tonight if you're looking for a place to watch game, and if you want to come check out the pregame show, the number one pregame show with me, Bill, and Connor, and then you might see those ESPN guys while you're there.
You might.
Yeah.
You might, but you might.
All right, Andrew, so I asked the question to start the show today about how judgmental of the Eagles we should be, specifically the Eagles. But the reason why I asked that question is because of the first 2 weeks of football not necessarily being pretty. It was pretty for the Cowboys in week one. It was pretty for the 49ers in week one. And then you saw them have horrible games yesterday. Horrible. So how judgmental of the Eagles should we be knowing that you saw the rest of the slate yesterday?
Not very much. And I watched a lot of those games yesterday saying the Cowboys aren't this bad. The Saints aren't this good. The Bengals aren't this bad. So you never want to overreact too much to 1 week or 2 weeks into an NFL season, Andrew. I try to give it 4 weeks, that first month, which pretty much is, for all intents and purposes, the preseason for a lot of these teams.
Oh, it's the continuation of the preseason. That's why they stink.
But that's where teams start to separate, and you're able to have a clearer picture of where they stand. So I don't think 1 week or like week 1, week 2, you should
jump to
conclusions.
Is that a good way to go about that? I understand the health thing. Look, I'm not saying that guys don't get hurt in the preseason, but if you're the Bengals, they're lucky that the Ravens are 0-2, right? Like, they're also 0-2. Now, I get it, so it's kind of working out perfectly for that situation. But if you're a team with playoff aspirations, right, and you start out 0-2, or in the Cowboys' case, you're 1-1, and you played a horrible game against the Saints, it might be one game that's the difference between the Eagles and Cowboys for the division. Is that really a smart way to go about it? I get the health portion of it, but you're going into a season. If you're already 2 games back, that's a hard hill to climb up.
No, your point's well taken there, but I would also say there hasn't been a dominant team that's really come forth through 2 weeks, really.
No.
It just seems like every team sort of, the good teams are all around the same tier, and there hasn't been a great team yet. Now, that may very well be the Eagles, but it's not a great way to do it. But until you see a team come out like the Chiefs of old, it's kind of hard to argue against it.
Right. What do you think is most vulnerable at the beginning of a season? Like with the team, do you think it's pass defense? Do you think it's run defense because, training camp wasn't very physical? Is there something, and do you think a coach would ever decide game plans based on that now? We're seeing a much softer NFL to start the year.
I've always believed that it's run defense because you're not replicating that in training camp. You're having thud drills, which means you're just throwing your shoulder into players. You don't practice tackling. So I think you see a lot of running backs being able to run through truck-sized holes that on offense. And the Eagles, for example, the Packers average 7.8 yards a carry. I don't think that's going to be something that's going to continue, but it's the reality of the NFL right now.
Now, hang on. I'm a young buck, so 16 games was all I knew before. 29's still young, not NFL young, but 16 games was all I knew. And I wonder if we're dancing around the reason why the product wasn't good last year and why teams are. We know injuries are part of the reason they don't play in the preseason anymore, but that 17th game, is there a chance guys are getting run down faster and the product is bad because people are just more banged up?
I would agree with your point for the teams that make the playoffs, right? Because now they're playing 17 weeks, but then they're all, at some point the Chiefs have to fall off. I would think, because of all the football that's being
we said
played.
that about Brady for 30 years and it never happened.
That's true. But there are some teams that, they didn't make the playoffs or their season ended early last year and they probably didn't play the same way they normally would and they're still struggling.
No, I got you. No, I just wonder if the wear and tear, how much, both Andrews and John, how much does that extra game make a difference?
It really does. And it's really hard for a lot of folks to appreciate that, but every game takes so much out of every single player, and it's easy to say, "Oh, it's just another game; it's your job." No, it actually it takes its toll.
It takes its toll.
It definitely takes its toll.
Which is why I don't want to go to an 18-week schedule.
It's going to.
I didn't want to go to 17. I wanted to stay at 16 from the very beginning.
It cheapens the quality of play.
It does because guys are banged up.
Okay, I don't agree. I agreed with you. I was totally on board till that. I don't believe it.
Show your work.
That extra game is cheapening the quality of play. I think, first of all, one thing that it has done is it keeps the NFL more interesting longer because teams have an extra game.
I think what Andrew, I don't want to speak for you. I think we're all watching.
Yeah.
It's the product isn't as good because guys are banged up.
Yeah, that's simply what I meant by that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, but then I just misunderstood where you're coming from. Because honestly, they have not shown in the 17-game season that the injuries are rising because of the 17th game.
No, I just think it pours cold water on the quality of the play.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Some guys aren't moving as quickly because they're, like Jalen Hurts, prime example last year. He wasn't hurt enough to not play.
Right.
But he clearly was hampered by whatever he was dealing with, and now you're adding an extra game to it.
The longer the race, the slower you run.
I guess.
It is a good question, Connor.
Thank you. Good job, Connor.
I did my work for the day.
All right, how important is tonight for Bryce Huff as an individual? How important is it for him?
It's extremely important. You give him a pass on that first week, if you will, because of the field conditions. But I have to tell you guys, throughout the summer, you saw spurts of consistency, but not enough. So it's kind of bleeding in now to the regular season. And it was it was a radio silent week one for Bryce Huff. Mm-hmm. This week, against a Falcons offensive line that surrendered 2 sacks, 8 pressures, 7 quarterback hits, Caleb McGarry is a favorable matchup for most edge rushers. Yep. This is a matchup that Bryce Huff should thrive in, guys. He should be able to collect a sack or two. You should hear his name called. He should be getting into the backfield and knocking down Kirk Cousins. If he's not, we're having an entirely different conversation tomorrow morning.
Yeah, and that's what scares me because we know how important pass rush is. And you've pointed it out, John. There have been defenses where the pass rush wasn't great, but their secondary was amazing.
Correct.
I'm not ready to say that the secondary is amazing yet. I like what I saw in week 1, but I'm not ready to go that far just yet. It's very young except for Slay.
I do, though, is hearing my old partner Buck Belue talk about McGarry.
Oh, yeah.
And a guy that I was never that impressed with the Falcons anyway. They gave him a second contract. He was so exploited last week. That's something that I'm really going to be looking forward to tonight. Does he bounce back? I don't think he has the ability to bounce back like where he then plays an exceptional game. I think he's a mediocre, averages grits type player, as they would call it.
He is, and at 29 years old, he's been in the league since 2019. You kind of know what he is.
He is, yeah.
I think if you're the Eagles pass rushers, you're fighting over rushing off that side. The Eagles should be able to collect, I would say, at least 3 sacks tonight. If they're not, then that's troubling.
Better McGarry, Caleb McGarry or Griff McGarry, Phillies farm system pitcher.
Caleb, because he got a second
because
contract.
He's actually in the NFL.
He got a second contract in the NFL. That's always a good indicator.
All right, coming up next, we're going to get Andrew's final thoughts for this show because I'm going to have him again on the pregame show with Connor Thomas and Bill Colarulo. So I'll get your final thoughts again later on. But your final thoughts for the 8 o'clock hour of Kincade and Salciunas coming your way next. Some of the matchups that we want to keep a close eye on maybe a little score prediction, you name it, coming your way next. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this beautiful football Monday, a game day football Monday in Philadelphia, right here, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Now,
8:48 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. On this football Monday, a game day Monday. Did you see the text that is circulating from Caleb Williams?
No.
Oh, yeah.
So Caleb Williams, rookie quarterback for the Chicago Bears.
Send nail polish? What was the text?
When he got drafted, he texted Torrey Taylor, who is their punter. Torrey Taylor is a rookie punter in the NFL this year.
I couldn't have guessed that.
Yeah, that's fine. I wouldn't expect you to.
Torrey Taylor.
He's another Australian. The Aussies in the NFL when it comes to the punting position is amazing.
It's a gold mine, yeah.
Caleb Williams texted him right after he got drafted, hey, you're not going to have to worry about punting all that much.
Oh, jeez.
They've punted 12 times already in 2 weeks. And the text message has been
a lot.
It's been circulating, the text message.
Yeah, the punter's got to go see a masseuse every week.
Yeah, exactly. It's unbelievable.
What are we doing? Look, and I would say it again. I do not think he is a bust. I do not think he is. No. I'm talking about somebody else.
Oh.
I do not think this man is a bust. I do not think he's terrible or whatever. But could we have maybe pumped the brakes on the Houston Texans that they had Tom Brady at quarterback and C.J. Stroud?
I love
C.J.
I love C.J.
I
Stroud.
love C.J. Stroud.
I picked him to win MVP this year.
But he's not ready for that jump yet.
It wasn't bad yesterday.
No, but he's not. He wasn't very good yesterday.
But we were just talking about overreacting to the first couple weeks of the season.
Okay, but that is I'm saying is first couple weeks. But when you pump somebody up as being the second coming, this is the next great guy. I saw him in the top 4 quarterbacks in quarterback rankings. It was way too early, way too soon.
But who really has? The list of quarterbacks that have looked dominant through 2 weeks is very short.
Oh, it's extremely short.
Well, and here's probably why he was in the top 4. We have had troubles finding anyone after 2. We've had Mahomes and Lamar.
I get you. But people putting Lamar Jackson behind him.
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts behind him.
That's why you have to take those lists with a grain of salt and go with your what does your eyes tell you?
It was ridiculous. The hype is just ridiculous because I think it's unfair to the young man that you can't live up to it.
Could be.
You can't live up to that.
They also got to strike when the iron's hot. He's on that rookie deal.
He is.
So they got to try to win. All right, Andrew, before we get you out of here, and we appreciate this hour that you'll be joining with us multiple times this week, because Friday you're going to be with us for an hour for the 8 o'clock hour, and we'll talk to you tomorrow for your DiCecco. Some matchups that you're going to be keeping a close eye on tonight, either for the Eagles where you think they will dominate or where the Eagles might struggle tonight, because the Falcons also have some decent weapons on their team as well.
Well, I'm looking at Bijan Robinson working against the Eagles linebackers, or second level, and how do the Eagles plan on stopping that, and is Zach Baldwin going to come down to earth a little bit? Is Nakobe Dean going to be tested in coverage, which I believe if you're the Falcons, you're going to try to do? So I think he has to be your X factor. And then looking at it from the Eagles side, Andrew, I'm looking at what can the Eagles get out of Jahan Dotson? A lot's going to be expected of this young man tonight. He played 32 snaps last week. He's going to have to be stepping in and fulfilling Devontae's role on offense. So he's going to have to answer the bell here. So those are just a couple of matchups, and also the interior of the Falcons' offensive line with Chris Lindstrom, and they have a number. Bergeron is not very good. This is a matchup where Jalen Carter should be able to dominate and make his presence felt very early in this game. If he's able to do so, you could see an interception, which I'm calling it right now. I've said it all week. C.J. Gardner-Johnson is going to come down with one this week, and I think that's going to be a byproduct of Jalen Carter.
I'm glad you said that. There's a reason why I went with the defensive player jersey today. Now, I don't have many,
you were thinking
I don't have many jerseys, but I got the Brian Dawkins black jersey on today, for those of you not watching on YouTube.
But you were thinking of defense first.
I don't think it's going to be like a 4-interception day, but I do believe there will be a play tonight defense. I don't have a specific name. You're going Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. I love you saying it with your chest. There will be a play tonight where tomorrow morning when we're talking about an Eagles victory, we're going to say that was one of the bigger moments of the game, like the Reed Blankenship play last week.
Right.
There was only one turnover, but it was a major turnover in that game last week. I think we see another one tonight.
I think CJ gets a pick, and I'm calling it now. I've told the player this. I think Nakobe gets a sack. I just have a
wow.
I
like that.
I believe so. He attacks downhill. He's close. I think
and
this
Cousins
is the week.
isn't moving very well.
That's another thing. He's a stationary quarterback.
We better not get I'm telling you this. We better not be in tomorrow morning talking about Kirk Cousins chewing us up. Like passing for like 280, 290.
But
if that happens, it's abject failure.
An underrated matchup to keep an eye on is the Falcons. They have two veteran safeties in Jesse Bates and Justin Simmons. They're really adept at manipulating quarterbacks, so Jalen Hurts is going to have to be wary of where they are at all times to avoid turning the football over.
All right, we have a text message for Andrew. What do we got, Connor?
Bruce in East Earl wants to ask Andrew, with Devin White back from injury, how exactly is he working into the linebacker rotation, or is he at all in this game?
Great question. So that's something I'll be keeping an eye on as the inactives come out, because right now the two linebackers that would be up for being inactive would be Devin White or Jeremiah Trotter Jr., because the other players contribute on special teams. I have to think that given Devin White's athleticism and experience, you would like to have him up, but he also doesn't play special teams. Trotter isn't really, that's not his bag either, but I think Devin White would be up for this game, and he probably can help you situationally given his speed and athleticism.
Andrew, do you feel comfortable giving any sort of prediction on this show? And then again, 12 hours from now, 10 hours from now?
24-21 Eagles.
Oh,
so you're going for a nerve-wracking night at the ballpark.
I think so.
24-21, but it's an Eagles win. So they go up to 2-0, according to Andrew DiCecco, even though you had them losing. So hopefully it's not like the opposite.
Maybe. You never know. Hope it's not opposite day like Seinfeld.
I had him win it.
I know you did,
I'm not cowardly.
Brag about it. All right, Andrew, thank you. Great job. We'll talk to you again tomorrow. I'll talk to you again tonight, and so will John in person. But great having you on as always. We appreciate it, brother.
Appreciate you guys.
Good job, man.
All right, the 9 o'clock hour is ahead. We continue the talking points that we've had so far, and also a question about style points and whether or not they matter in general, not even just this week. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Pregame on Kincade and Salciunas on a football Monday, a game day football Monday, presented by Pierce Phelps Bryant Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. Visit nopaybryant.com. All right, coming up at 9:30.
Okay.
You heard me run through like a little SGP during my FanDuel read. I want us to all give some props that we like for tonight. It's the last game of Week 2 in the NFL, so let's try to end the week off with some money.
Dude, tail me. Or not tail me, fade me. That's what it is. I don't even know the terms.
You're not doing too well.
God, dude, I'm terrible.
I had a bad weekend too. I thought the Cowboys would win. They got obliterated. I think I took the Niners. They lost. The one game I felt comfortable with that I didn't make a play on was the Cardinals. I said to you guys, that's a fishy line. But I
thought it was fishy.
I don't do that stuff. That's a Mike Missanelli read the line thing. And that one would have been a hit, but it didn't.
I went 2-2.
I think I may have gone 1-3.
I went 2-2. Jonathan Taylor, I told you, was an easy over 72.5. Derrick Henry over 74.5.
I gave you the Chargers.
Got both of those.
I think I was over.
I think I went 1-3 because the Chargers won. Because the Panthers stink. Bryce Young is horrible.
And Tom Brady and the Texans lost last night. Laying 6.5 to
I hope it's Eagles. I hope
team.
it's Eagles Texans in the Super Bowl this year.
It's not going to be.
I'd love it to be. I'd love it to be. Hearing all the hype.
Dude,
I don't know if Jalen Hurts
if they got the Super Bowl, that means he's
can
good.
live up to it. Yes,
Johnny, it makes me feel like I'm taking crazy pills sometimes when people talk that way about Jordan Love or C.J. Stroud. I think we've been in the same boat on that with those guys.
I don't understand how people are basically
off the C.J. Stroud bandwagon already.
I think he's good.
Like he's good, but let him do something before we before you crown him.
Someone had him as the second best quarterback in the NFL.
Crazy.
I mean, it was crazy. And remember last year, if Gardner Minshew completes a pass, C.J. Stroud doesn't make the postseason.
You know who would have completed that pass?
Who?
C.J. Stroud.
No, Nick Foles would have. No, I got to tell you, not from what I've been seeing. It's not exactly a sleek offense in Houston.
So we'll give our picks for tonight coming up at 9:30. But real quick, speaking of a bet, I saw this right before we came out of commercial. I have to read it to you. I don't know where people come up with these kinds of bets. I don't know where people come up with the idea that this might work. Some dude bet $9.37 and won $8,638 on just a 3-leg parlay.
Okay, three legs.
All Marvin Harrison Jr.
All bets on him?
2+ touchdowns, which hit.
Okay, in the first quarter.
He had the alternative receiving yards of 110 plus.
That was it. That hit in the first quarter.
But he took the under in 4.5 receptions.
Oh my gosh.
So think about that for a second. You're going into a bet where you're betting Marvin Harrison Jr. to score 2+ touchdowns and to have over 110 yards receiving, but you also believe he will finish with 5 or 4 or less receptions.
That's incredible.
I don't know how somebody thinks that up unless they bet all the time. They get creative with things. But a bet that wasn't even worth $10 won him over $8,600.
But you know what, though, is they show that bet. They don't show you the 100 other bets that he does like that don't hit. And it's like, man, this guy really knows what he's doing. But he's got 100 others that he tried like that on a flyer that never hit.
Right, but you know what? That one bet that hit probably made back every bit of money that he's lost over the years.
If he's only betting under $10, it certainly did.
Damn right.
Man, that's why you keep playing. You never know when you're right next to that next big win.
That's the words of
gambling problem. Call 1-800.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, our 2 main topics today. How judgmental of the Eagles should we be this early in the season when you saw what happened in the NFL through the first 2 weeks of the season, but specifically yesterday where the top teams lost, like the Lions and the Cowboys and the 49ers, specifically in the NFC, but even the AFC, man. The Ravens lose to the Raiders yesterday. The Chiefs beat the Bengals, but the Bengals now fall to 0-2. Some of these teams that people think could be the Final Four come playoff time, they all lost yesterday.
And by the way, just one little quick note on that Chiefs game. The amount of people with the whining going, oh, the Chiefs, of course, are going to get that call.
It was the right call.
That was a mugging. It was so bad. And I don't know why, and I'm telling you, I'm not a football coach. Mm-hmm. I don't know why in that situation where you know Patrick Mahomes has got to chuck it downfield a significant portion, you're putting a 7th-round draft pick on one of their top 3 options.
Well, maybe he won the battle.
To me, it's
I wasn't following the Bengals.
Crazy. Well, that's crazy to me.
Well, if he won the battle, he won the battle.
Well, That's in that situation. It's bad. That's where you could lose a game at that point.
You could say the same thing. Why is that 7th-round pick playing over that 1st-round pick? Well, if Jordan Mailata is better than Andre Dillard, then Jordan Mailata wins the battle. So I don't know what I didn't follow
alignment
the camp.
a little different than a secondary member right out of the 7th round.
Well, if Jalen Mills is a 7th-round pick because of off the field issues, I don't know.
And his second game, what did he do? I mean, I'm saying second game at Arrowhead. That's a tough spot for a guy in a critical situation.
Hey, man, sink or swim. Not everyone has the secondary that the Eagles have right now. Right. Yo, speaking of good, bad product, though, in the NFL, real quick, that interception yesterday by Cam something.
Oh, the one-handed pick.
Oh, my God.
Yeah,
was that the greatest interception that we've ever seen?
Greatest interception?
The one-hand backhand.
It was incredible.
By the Bengals corner.
No, it was incredible.
Dude.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I mean, there have been other one-handed interceptions. Fred Warner had a ridiculous one yesterday, too.
Yeah, but that
was like Odell Beckham level from a defensive back.
That was incredible.
It may have been. And then, who is this a statement game for tonight? Not who do you think will make a statement. Who is this a game where you say they better have a good game tonight or tomorrow's going to be a rough day for them? We've gotten a bunch of different answers. What do we have on the text line, Connor? You can text in at 610-632-0975. We'll get to some calls. And I also want to get into a conversation in a few minutes about style points and whether or not they matter. And I'm not saying week 2. I'm saying period.
All right.
NFL.
My bad. I jumped you a little bit. That's all right. Chris in Westchester checks in, and he talks about the offense, says, the beauty of having all of these weapons, every game could be another Saquon Barkley game. It could be a statement for him to show the ceiling of this offense if he has another multi-score performance.
Yeah, I mean, look, it could show. You could find out that they go through him, right? We've talked about the pass setting up the run. Who knows, man? They might go back, not totally to 2021. Where it was run, and occasionally pass the football. But we saw a balanced attack in week 1. Like, balanced football, you and I talked about this last week. The final 4 teams in the playoffs last year, there were 2 things about them that the Eagles didn't have. Linebacking play and a balanced attack offensively. I don't know if it was 50-50, but in today's NFL, 60-40 pass to run seems to be balanced, right?
Yes.
The Chiefs were balanced. The Niners were balanced, the Lions were balanced, and the Ravens were balanced. Those were your final 4 teams. Maybe bringing in Saquon Barkley, it's not that they're going to run the ball 70% of the time, but if it is that 60-40, a more balanced attack shows that that's worked last year.
Like, I feel good with a 60-40 with it. You'd be shocked, though, how many teams are pretty much – it's more the norm is more – the average of the league is more 55-45.
Right.
Is the way it works out. I'd feel good with 60-40 Eagles. With these weapons, I'd be totally fine.
Like, I'm surprised at the Lions. We talked about the Lions earlier today. Jared Goff threw 55 times yesterday in a 1-score game. It's not like they were trailing and he brought them all the way back. He threw 55 times. That's different for them. They are a 50-50 team. And I wonder if that's part of the reason why they lost yesterday.
Like last year. 5 teams in the NFL did not run 40% of the snaps.
And were the Eagles one of them?
No.
Oh, wow, interesting.
The Super Bowl champs were, though.
Wow.
Kansas City, 39.6 rushing attempts. The Jets were 39.2. Minnesota was 38.4. Cincinnati was 38.4. And the Commodes were 36.1.
That's interesting.
Only 6 teams were under the 40%. And so it's, but I'm fine with the Eagles being close to 42, 43.
Yeah. There's a lot of variance in that list in the quality of teams.
There is.
So it's more the fit for what you need to do than there's just a defined way.
Are you trailing?
Right.
Exactly.
And
are you trailing
and
a
do you
lot?
have Patrick Mahomes?
Right.
Also,
well, no, as you said there. Look, if you're saying Cincinnati, if you're saying now Burrow only played, 10 games, I think? He played 10 of those games. Yeah. But when you have Joe Burrow, maybe you're throwing him more. When you have Patrick Mahomes. And then when you're the Jets, you're trailing all the time. When you're Washington, you're trailing all the time. So there is that big variance.
And the Chiefs, come playoff time, I've seen them go more balanced, right? Like last year in the Super Bowl, Pacheco ran the ball 18 times.
No, he just left. Oh, DiCecco.
Yeah. Pacheco ran the ball 18 times. And who was it, McKinnon? Who was the other guy? I had it up and I dropped it. But he had 9 carries. So they ran the ball a lot.
Did they have Jerick McKinnon?
Was McKinnon on the Chiefs last year? I don't know. They They change guys left and
their
right.
skill position players change every year. It's crazy.
They had, hold on 1 second. It was Clyde Edwards-Helaire with one catch. Mahomes ran the ball 9 times. McKinnon was on the team.
Oh, hey,
two
good pull by you.
Two
Football
receptions. That's me. That's what they call me.
Nobody calls you a football guy.
Let's go to Marty in Delaware. What's up, Marty?
Hey, what's up, boys? How you doing?
What's going on, buddy?
Well, first of all, I want to thank you guys. I made a couple $dollars off your bets over the weekend.
Thank you.
Well, they weren't mine and Connor's.
Nope.
Well, actually, it was. Didn't you guys make some prop bets for the Burrow and?
Oh, that's right. You gave a Burrow prop. There you go,
Thanks,
Connor.
Marty.
Good
You
job.
made my day.
Yeah, but maybe the teams I didn't do well on. But I want to thank you for that. But I want to talk about mostly the Eagles at the end. But this was a great Philadelphia weekend, sports weekend. 2 out of 3 versus the Mets. Now the magic number is 5. Didn't Minchkoff or whatever was that rookie?
Mitchkoff.
The Flyers.
Yeah, they had the rookie.
Mish.
The rookie skate.
Say Mish.
Yeah.
Mish.
Yeah, he got a goal, so that looks good for the Fly Boys. But I'm not talking about the Phillies and the Flyers. I do want to talk about the football weekend. This was a great weekend for the Eagles if they can win tonight. Dallas losing, San Francisco losing, Giants. I'm not Giants. I don't like the Giants. And Detroit losing. They need to win tonight. I'll take a 3 to 4 point victory, but I'm looking at maybe 2 touchdowns win. I'm just not because of more Eagles winning. I just don't see Cousins turning the lights on during these primetime games. He's never been good. He has 1 or 2 victories out of 10 games.
Yeah, he's
not great.
Yeah, but what you guys were talking about, who needs to step up? Hurts needs to step up. I mean, he had potential for 5. He had potential for 5 turnovers last week for a screen back. I like to see significant stats for the linebackers. Huff, Nakobe Dean. I don't want to see a half a tackle or
it'd be great, Marty. And thanks for the call, brother. If you don't hear their name much. Because that means they're doing their job.
Right? Yeah.
It would be obviously if Zach Bond has 15 tackles, you're going to hear his name a lot. But in terms of the passing game, like if Kyle Pitts isn't having his way with the Eagles linebackers, if Bijan Robinson isn't doing many things catching the ball out of the backfield, I don't need stats. Just don't show up on the stat sheet for certain things. Don't show up on the game write-up where the Bijan Robinson beats Nakobe Dean. I don't want to see that kind of stuff.
Yeah, we don't. There are times, again, that's why I don't need style points. I just need production tonight. I don't need any kind of, I don't need you to worry about making it sexy. You don't have to bring sexy back tonight.
All right, so thank you for leading that into this next topic that I want to talk to you guys about. So earlier today, when I was driving in, I heard the ESPN overnight that we have running from the time, whatever ends at night on the Fanatic until we come on at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Okay.
And they were getting into a conversation about the college football playoff. And the question was whether or not style points matter. Because the college football playoff, it's not necessarily you win your division, you're in, right? Sometimes you have to win your strength of schedule, all that kind of stuff. Whereas in football, you win your division, you're in the playoffs. You could be 14-3, you could be 9-7, you could be 7-9.
Sure.
In some cases. Style points, we've had this conversation a lot. Last year when the Eagles were 10-1, they weren't winning pretty. No. And I think we were all kind of concerned by that. Name me a team through 11 weeks last year that was winning pretty. There wasn't one, except for the Dolphins. And what did that lead to?
But the Dolphins had lost to every good team that they had played, so you could hold that against you.
Right, you could. In today's NFL, when I've complained about product and I've complained about quarterback play, and except for Patrick Mahomes, in the NFL, man, do style points ultimately matter? In the long run. Not tonight. No. In the long run.
In the long run, they do not. But the thing is style points to me don't matter, but you can't have a bunch of issues either.
Right.
That winning just covers up, because that's not true.
Right.
I don't believe that, and I think last year showed it.
And eventually did. But through 11 weeks, there were a lot. Every single team was struggling, right? The Niners lost 3 straight games at one point last year.
Yeah, but they also had big-time wins when they did win. Style points themselves don't matter for what they do for a fan base, but what they indicate about a football team is important because the more games that you have to slog your way through, we talked about 17 games with Andrew DiCecco, even
season,
when it was 16. If you can get games where you're up 15, up 20. You don't have to keep your foot on the gas as much. I think that plays long run for playoff teams, and I think style points represent teams that are capable of having more consistency deeper into the season.
Would we have been saying that going into last year? Are we saying that because of how last season played out?
We're saying it because of how last season played out.
That's how I think.
Because last year, I wish that I had saved all the emails.
Mm-hmm.
And I could go back and find them.
You got photos of you and Buck from 20 years ago, but you don't have an email from 12 months ago?
No, I could go back and I could go back and find the texts. I mean, the tweets and dude, they're 7-1. Oh my God, you're complaining. They're 7-1. What are we complaining about? Philly Sports Radio, man.
Typical.
Just as typical. They're complaining. We're 10-1. What are you complaining about? I think I was wise enough to say something doesn't look right, and I was predicting they would pull out of it,
right.
That they'd pull out of it. But I was being very critical because it didn't look right. It just didn't.
Right, absolutely. Now Connor just reminded me of something.
What's that?
I appreciate you, Connor, for doing this, and I should have done this earlier, but I completely
You didn't
forgot.
wish everybody something?
Well, no, he definitely didn't do that.
I definitely didn't do that.
And you know what?
It's football
Accidents
day.
everywhere.
Stop. Come on, man. Don't do this to me.
All over the place.
We added a new feature to the show for football season.
Mm-hmm.
We have the Kincade and Salciunas postgame line. So, I apologize that I haven't mentioned this throughout the day. We will tweet it at some point. But tonight, when the Eagles game comes to an end, hopefully after a win, but regardless of how tonight plays out.
Or if it's in the fourth quarter, they're up by 20.
Yeah,
Or in the fourth quarter.
You don't have to stay up to the final whistle.
Exactly.
Once you know you have a feel of the game, call our postgame line. Now, again, I don't want you calling after the first play. Wow, what a great play by Jalen.
One call.
No, we want you to call at the end of the game or when you know the game is over and leave your 30 to 60 second reaction. For a lot of you, you don't want to wait on hold or you can't wait on hold. So this is your way to be able to leave a message and hear your voice on the air the day after an Eagles game. So tonight when the game comes to an end, give us a call at 610-771-9759. So 610-771-9759 and leave your name, leave your location, and then give your 30 to 60 second synopsis of what you thought about the game. We would love to do this every single week with you and play it throughout the show. So we'll tweet it out again tonight. But if you want to be a part of the show tomorrow morning, you can start that tonight by leaving a message on the Kincade and Salciunas postgame line at 610-771-9759. I already tweeted it out. John and Connor tweeted it out last week, but we'll all tweet it out again tonight during and after the game so that people can leave their message.
Like my buddy Joe is, they go down on one of those party buses down to tailgate in Lot F.
Yes.
So they're. By the way, the bus leaves at 1:30 today. That's going to be a long day in the parking lot.
Good luck, Kirk.
So, but they're going like that's the kind of thing after the game. Many times when you're in the parking lot and you're listening to our postgame show.
Yes.
You don't have time to put on hold or whatever. Just to click it up. We'll put it out there. We'll tweet it out and get on in with us so tomorrow morning we can hear from you.
Yes, absolutely. So we'd love for you to be a part of the show. Thank you, Connor, for that reminder. All right, coming up next, here's what we're going to do. We're going to give some picks. We got some other stuff to talk about during the game. Jason Kelce, who's a part of the Monday Night Football crew now, did a sit-down with Jalen Hurts.
Interesting.
So we'll play you some of the clips from that coming up next. Jason Kelce one-on-one with Jalen Hurts. Jason Kelce now a member of the media. It's amazing. One-on-one with Jalen Hurts leading up to tonight's game. You'll hear those coming up next, but we'll also give you some picks, the props that we like for tonight's game on our respected apps. Right? They're all fantastic. They're our respective apps, excuse me. We'll give you those to you coming up next. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Fanatic Football Monday, a game day Monday in Philadelphia, right here, 97.5 The Fanatic. Well, I have bad news for you fantasy football players who, like me, own Isaiah Pacheco. He left the stadium in a walking boot and crutches. According to Ian Rappaport, he fractured his fibula.
Oh, no.
On initial tests. More information coming to determine severity and associated damage, but Pacheco is set to miss real time. So, tough loss for the Kansas City Chiefs and tough loss for a lot of people that have Isaiah Pacheco on their fantasy football teams. He's going to be missing time with a fractured fibula.
Including my daughter, who's off to a 2-0 start.
Yeah, see? How about that?
And she has Pacheco, but she's not savvy on understanding how the waiver wire works.
She's going to have to figure that out quickly,
Who is
man.
their backup so I can handcuff you in the league?
No, it's in a different league that I have. But I don't know. Because it's not Allaire. He's on the physical unable to perform list or something. There's something going on. I think he has personal issues that he's dealing with. I don't know.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire does.
Yes.
Oh, really?
At least that's how it was worded when he first started the season. Carson Steele.
What?
Oh, give me the crocodile hunter, baby.
Duh, Carson Steele. How'd you not know that, Connor?
No, it's Samaje P. Ryan.
Yeah, P. Ryan was in yesterday.
Steele will be the backup.
Carson Steele is no.
No, P. Ryan was in yesterday when Pacheco went out.
Out of the backfield, Samaje P. But he didn't carry the football once.
No. But he was the guy he's
right.
next up.
Because Pacheco went down late.
Yeah, he did.
And DiCecco will be on the pregame show and then check in with us tomorrow morning at 8:10.
We got a busy day.
If anyone's confused with the DiCecco crap.
We got a busy day on the pregame show. I'll tell you more about that before we get out of here. But I want to give some picks, some props that you like. I'm sure you have already written some down.
I already have.
I gave you a quick 9-legger just to kind of throw out there during the FanDuel read that I had. But today's a big day, I believe, for Dallas Goedert. It should be a big day for Dallas Goedert. His over-under in receptions is 3.5, and his over-under in receiving yards is 43.5. I believe both should hit.
If I'm going, so is that part of your leg? Give it what you gave during the commercial.
Well, I did a quick one.
Okay, what did you put together?
Hurts 200-plus passing yards. I brought it down to 200. Eagles to cover the 5.5, which I do like. I know you would think the opposite. I have Hurts is over in rushing yards. I know he didn't hit last week. He carried the ball 13 times. He just didn't have much running room. I'm going to follow up with another Hurts over. I have Saquon. I have a bunch of things. I don't want to waste time.
Okay. I'm going to give you the bet the over on the game.
Okay.
Bet the Eagles to win on the money line. So you got those two.
Yeah, I like that.
Then I'm going to throw in 3 things for you.
All right, what do we got?
Bijan Robinson over 64.5. Saquon Barkley over 99.5 total.
Total. Okay, rushing and receiving. Okay.
And Dallas Goedert under 4.5 receptions.
Huh. So you have him at 4.5 on yours?
On mine is 4.5.
I got him at 3.5.
Okay, mine is 4.5, and I'm going under Dallas Goedert reception.
Now, why do you say that?
Because every time that I expect, if I could count the times, if it was a drinking game.
No, you're right, dude.
Every time we talk about, this is the game Dallas Goedert breaks out. I think there's something that doesn't connect with Jalen Hurts and Dallas Goedert.
Or opposing defenses believe the same thing, so they focus on Dallas Goedert. I don't know.
Yes.
I think Devontae's a good game. Devontae's a top 10, arguably top 10 wide receiver. If not top 10, he's top 15, right? He'll probably still have a good game today. I think his over-under in receptions is 5.5. If you're Jalen Hurts, you're looking his way first.
I'm going to tell you, Devontae, I feel confident in. It's tough for me to feel confident with Dallas Goedert. I think he's been an untapped resource that, for whatever reason, hasn't cashed in. I hope that I would like to think I'm wrong, but betting the under 4.5 really juices up.
I'm sure it does. But based off of all your
$5 on that, baby,
all your info that you have had with Kellen Moore, you would think it would be the opposite.
I would. I'm maybe not trusting that it's a Jalen Hurts thing.
Interesting.
But that's just me.
He did go to him 3 times last week.
He did 3 times.
Did he? Was it?
They were checkdowns too.
Yeah,
which
he
is
did.
really
That's what
good,
I'm saying.
which is really, really good to see.
I don't know how many targets did Goddard have last week.
Not sure, but I don't think it was
3
many.
targets, 3 catches?
I don't think it was many more than that. I'll tell you.
Oh no, he had 4 receptions last week, 5 targets.
I'm going under 4.5 tonight, which seems radical.
It does seem radical because 5 targets. 5 targets in a game where he did have A.J.
But it's
Brown.
receptions, and I'm going to go under.
All right, fair. Connor, anything sticking out to you?
Yeah, the folks over at Caesars, my guys, they got a fly Saquon fly boost, which
Ooh,
probably
nice.
makes Giants fans throw up in their mouth. to hear
Probably.
That. But Eagles cover 6.5 and Saquon Barkley touchdown. I mean, he's probably going to score again. So if you like the Eagles to cover, you can get that plus 200. Check that out. As far as true props go, dude, Jahan Dotson, over-under for receiving yards, 28.5. I'm taking the over. If that dude doesn't have 30 yards in this game,
it could be one play.
as wide receiver 2, like, he was good at points in Washington. He's a talented receiver. And I think that was – we focused so much on the Devontae Smith thing from last year or 2 years ago when he didn't get any targets or whatever, didn't get any catches in early game. We focused on the DeAndre Swift thing because they're like the starters. But Jahan Dotson was non-existent in that game in week 1. I think Kellen Moore might look to get him involved, not just because A.J. Brown's out, but to see what you got.
And they had him in a lot. The thing is the snaps that he was in for, they had him in a lot of motion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as I told you, watch for the Kellen Moore. When I was seeing that motion behind the quarterback, I guarantee you Kellen was putting that there to make people respect it because he loves to run that little pitch out to a wide receiver for the end around. Last week, they never did it.
Right.
One of these times, they're going to do it, and Dotson was the guy that was sort of done it.
Yeah, so I can set it up for weeks in advance.
I was looking for a degenerate prop of Jahan Dotson rushing yards, but I don't see it anywhere.
Yeah.
You got me thinking now, Johnny.
You want a degenerate bet?
Yeah, go for it.
Kenneth Gainwell over 11.5 rushing yards.
Oh, no.
It shouldn't.
No, thank you.
Oh, his receiving yards might be on here because they like to check it down. He's not even on the book.
If you're betting Kenny Gainwell props.
Degenerate.
Degenerate.
All right, so Saquon, Jason Kelce and Jalen Hurts did a one-on-one sit-down. Jason Kelce, of course, a part of the Monday Night Countdown crew on ESPN, and so he had the opportunity to do the one-on-one with the franchise quarterback. Well, we got 2 clips here for you.
Yeah, we do. They're talking about the tush-push, and then we have the ending, which was a little interesting.
I like the ending, but we'll play the tush-push first. Here is Jason Kelce and Jalen Hurts discussing the tush-push.
Let's get to the most important play in the playbook. You know where I'm going.
You don't miss that play?
I definitely don't miss that play. Getting up after being smothered down. I'm over here. You had to help me up half the time because you were the one lying on top of me. Tush push struggled a little bit last week.
Yeah.
Is it over? You just gonna hand it off to Saquon now?
No, it's not over. I kind of I'm cool. Whatever works, man. You know,
as long as we're getting the first down.
Absolutely.
That's what
you know.
matters.
I've embraced it, but the one thing that I never embraced was the name because that's not what we call it.
Right.
It's taking over. You know.
Yeah.
It's but it's all fun and it's even funner when you're doing it right.
Yeah.
So
well, no one's stout. He's going to be making sure it's getting executed
right for sure.
Does Hurts sound like he likes to play? It doesn't sound like it.
It doesn't sound like he likes it.
He sounds like
to me,
hey, whatever works, I'll do. And he was chuckling. It doesn't sound like he likes it very much.
No, it doesn't sound like he likes it, and I don't understand why. 3rd and 1, 3rd and 2, I don't want it run.
No, I said to you guys last week, 3rd and 1 is the new 2nd one, where you take the deep shot downfield, and if you don't get it, all right, you get the first down the next play. Because that play works as much as it did, even though it didn't last week, you could do that 3rd and 1 shot downfield instead of scratching and clawing your way every time for a first down, which is what they did last season.
Well, also, it might be something simpler, too. It's boring. Like, it's cool that it works all the time, but if I'm a quarterback in the NFL, I want to throw the ball. I want to get out in space if I can run like Jalen Hurts can.
It's not boring here, though, man. People, every time they line up, they have to tell the crowd to be quiet now.
No, it's not boring for us, but for Jalen Hurts.
Oh, okay.
He's probably bored of just yard here, yard there, stuff like that. He probably wants more explosive plays.
I honestly don't believe everything I've studied on Kellen Moore. I don't believe we're going to be worried about this offense being boring this year.
All right, give us one more. Here is the clip that a lot of people are tweeting out, John. It's about Jason Kelce's rooting interest for tonight's game. Take a listen.
Hey, appreciate you, bro. Thanks for stopping by.
You bleed green, man.
Yeah, always.
Yes, sir. Love you.
Appreciate you. Go dominate.
Got you.
I mean, don't dominate. I'm independent.
Yeah.
Hey,
we know what time.
Yeah, exactly.
He's rooting for the Eagles. They're like Tom Brady, I think would be good at removing himself from the Patriots and Buccaneers if he's doing a broadcast.
Why would he be good at that, do you believe?
I just think he'd be good at it. I think Jason Kelce will bleed green every time he does an Eagles thing.
Yeah, I don't think he's even going to hide it.
No, that's what I'm saying.
I don't think he's going to
I think Brady can. Like, Jason Kelce and Tom Brady both are entering a media program for the first time this year, right? If Brady's doing a Patriots game or a Buccaneers game, I don't think there's going to be, you know how people think Romo has the Cowboys bias when he does the games?
I think he does.
I don't think Brady.
Not like, I don't think it's so annoying that I really notice.
Yeah, I got you.
But
I don't think Brady will have a Patriots or Bucks bias when he's doing their games. Jason Kelce, will have an Eagles bias.
Oh, yeah.
And I love that.
And I like the fact is that what doesn't make a difference in it, though, is that he doesn't have to be – he's not on a game broadcast. He's on a panel show.
Yeah.
So he's allowed
to show his colors.
He's allowed. Now, what are the odds that he chugs a beer on the set of NFL Countdown?
That's not going to happen. Shirt will probably come off.
You honestly don't think that?
I don't think he's going to chug a beer.
Really?
I don't know. That would be a good prop bet.
Last year they went pretty clown. Last week, I gotta say, they want him to be the class clown. They want him to be the funny guy, the wild guy. Because honestly, they replaced RG3 with Jason Kelce. That was the easiest decision in broadcast history to make that decision. I think they want to amp it up. And why would they move the show out to a parking lot where Eagles fans could be there? They want him amping up the crowd.
Hey, maybe.
They don't have to convince him to drink a beer.
Do you think he wears the Mummers? Do you think he wears the Mummers outfit tonight?
Let's talk about this coming up next. Let's do. We did our Eagles props. What's our Jason Kelce props? We'll do those coming up next. We'll give our final predictions, and it's also time for the Kincade Salciunas Keep 3 coming up next, presented by Von Stu. Got lots still left to go here on Kincade Salciunas 97.5 The Fanatic.
Tyrone Johnson.
What kind of sport are we in 2024? We're now.
$27-23 Birds. It's going to be a scary one.
Not far off from John's, but it is still a one-score game. 28-20 Philadelphia Eagles. 9:48 on Kincade and Salciunas. Don't forget the Mike Missanelli show coming your way at 10 o'clock. Before we get out of here, we will each give a pick. Not on the game. We'll do that. But what does Jason Kelce do during Monday Night Countdown? We'll do that coming up. But real quick, before the key three, I got to ask you guys something. I think it's awesome. I am not being disrespectful toward the people that do this.
Okay.
I legitimately need to know, though, why and what do you do all day?
I know where you're going.
The people that set up to tailgate for a Monday night game at 5:30 in the morning. I saw an NBC 10 interview at 5:30 this morning of somebody tailgating.
Where can you tailgate? Because the lots are closed.
They park outside of the lot.
They're blocking traffic?
They're on like the side of the road.
Oh, okay.
Bikers are probably furious.
It's Philly. You block traffic.
But like, what can you possibly do? I get bored on my house. Like, I don't know how.
Waiting for a game to start.
Yeah. Like
what would be the ideal tailgate time for you?
Probably
for
3 hours.
For a 4:30, let's say it's like the 4:25 start.
I'll get there.
You want to be at the
between
tailgate
1 and 2?
when?
Between 1 and 2?
Yeah, I think 1 and 2 is perfect.
I
That's
don't
the
know
sweet
how
spot.
somebody does the 13-hour.
I don't know why you want to do that.
You crack open a beer, and then you turn on your radio, and you listen to Kincade and Salciunas. And then you listen to the Mike Missanelli show.
Well, we like that.
And then the best show ever.
Yeah, but you can do that
at your house.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I don't understand why you
like
do
the weather's fine today to do it.
Yeah, today's a
but there's
great
people
day.
that do it during the winter, and they're out there. I get some people are smoking the pig, so like they have legit tailgates, right? Where
That's
they're
not
smoking
That's
something
not
all
a
day.
euphemism.
I thought it was for a second.
It's not a euphemism.
But there are some people that are just there, doing what?
I don't understand.
Boozing, baby.
I guess,
yeah, but
man.
I mean, then you're honestly, if I would have 3 or 4 drinks before 2 o'clock, I'd end up napping off.
They might nap in the car. They got the RVs.
Yeah, they
Some
could
people
do
might
that.
sleep in the, I don't know. It's just a whole day. Good for you. Good for you for that ability.
Yeah, but then
That's a
you have
marathon,
to,
baby.
But then you took off work today to do it.
They might not be working. They might
So you
be
got to take
retired.
off. So you'd have to take off tomorrow too, right?
I think tomorrow's going to be a longer day for people than today.
Oh yes, that's why I've already penciled in the haircut and then the nap.
All right, it's time now for the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3 presented by Von C.
Now, the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
So here's my question. I get quality of play and our own pure enjoyment. But ultimately, if you're one of those teams, if you're the San Francisco 49ers, I know they look themselves in the mirror and they're probably going, all right, so we're 1-1 to start. We'll probably finish with 11 or 12 wins. But that loss yesterday to a Vikings team that they should have beaten, like we're saying the Eagles should beat the Falcons tonight.
Yes. No, they should.
The 49ers should have beaten the Vikings yesterday. The Dallas Cowboys should have beaten the New Orleans Saints yesterday. You put yourself behind the 8 ball in week 2 because you lost to a conference opponent. And that's something I just don't get, but it makes me wonder, should we actually be judgmental of these teams early on?
I'm just saying that's why I said style points be damned. Just get out with a win tonight because I think Kellen Moore has not been able to play with all his toys. It's Christmas morning, and Dad still hasn't built, the biggest toy on the table.
Right.
The biggest toy on the table has not been built.
Yeah, it's got to be built, man. You
So
got
he
to
has to
show that off.
So he's playing with everything else.
But here's the thing, I'm not saying style points like Hurts needs to throw for 400. I need to see Hurts not throw 2 picks. I need to see Jalen Hurts have clean drives, even without A.J. Brown. I need him to be able to throw down the field. I need to be able to say here Tuesday morning, at least from the offense's point of view, because you know how I'm about the defense. I am patient with the defense because I don't think we should be over the top of this defense just yet. I want to be able to come here Tuesday morning and say, man, those numbers may not show, but Jalen Hurts is dominant.
But it's clean.
He picked that defense apart. Look, they take 2 of 3 against the New York Mets, which drops the magic number down to what, 5 now?
5.
On September 16th, the magic number is now down to 5. It's unbelievable.
I mean, we should be looking at clinch scenarios this weekend at Citi Field. I mean, it's
amazing.
It is. We should be looking at that. And again, then I get into the anxiousness of they're going to probably play 2 weeks of baseball that mean nothing, unless you're saying they're going to play balls to the wall to win that number 1 seed.
And they might want to.
No, they're going to have to, because the magic number over the Dodgers for the top seed is 11.
Okay.
it's going to be a brawl because the Dodgers have a really easy schedule after tonight's game at the Braves.
Right.
Braves could do us a big favor winning tonight against the Dodgers. That would certainly help.
That's why we go to Buck Belue on the Comcast Business Hotline. Buck, good morning.
Well, I was just stunned at how bad Cousins looked. And look, nobody got a chance to look at him during the preseason. He didn't play in any preseason games. The media, there were some isolated media members able to go to practice. Fans weren't able to go and look during training camp. But, it's really obvious he can't move right now. He's stationary back in the pocket. Can't escape, can't move, can't push off the leg. He looks slow and old, and I'm already on that Penix bandwagon at this point in time.
Tonight's a statement game for Bryce Huff, too, because you don't want the voices to be loud.
No.
Early on. And by voices, I mean the Eagles fans. You don't want the ass face that was outside of the NovaCare last year with the trash cans of James Bradbury and Darius Slay. I wonder what that guy's up to these days because he seemed like he sucked individually as a person. But you don't want that kind of stuff happening after 2 weeks.
No.
You don't want Howie Rosen being questioned after 2 weeks. You don't want a lot of things being questioned after 2 weeks. And the Bryce Huff signing was questioned immediately because for a lack of knowledge.
Well, also, too, I mean, it was nobody in their right mind wanted to see a departure of your top pass rusher.
Right, and Hassan Reddick, yeah.
Nobody wanted to see that, but it happened.
All right, that's the Key 3 presented by Von C. Brewing Company in Norristown. Check out their Key 3, the OG Pills legendary Philly Lager, which is the 2023 World Beer Cup winner, Walking on Clouds IPA, and the Vienna Lager, two-time Best of PA winner. Visit VonCBrewing.com and find out where you can pick up your Key 3 from Von C today.
Support life-saving cancer research. Join us and our generous partner, H&H Heating and Air Conditioning. Join the Hoke Brothers and make a donation to the AACR. 975thefanatic.com/AACR. Cancer research saves lives.
All right, Jason Kelce will wear his Mummers costume tonight. That's my bet.
Jason Kelce will chug a beer on set tonight.
Jason Kelce will in some way recreate the tush push.
All right, and
That's a great one too, Connor.
There's a dark horse candidate.
What's that?
Jason Kelce doesn't do any of those things.
No.
That'd be lame. They're
going for the cliched Jason Kelce
right.
stuff. So it's all
damn right, man.
Eagles win, don't cover.
Eagles win 28-20.
Eagles win, Eagles cover.
Eagles win 27-23.
Well, we'll react to it all tomorrow on Kincade and Salciunas. The Mike Missanelli Show coming your way next right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.